I never hate my race, but until recently I didn't know history class was jacked completely. Found my new family with the team going free. My old family doesn't understand me, cause I am so pro-white. No coke, no Sprite, I am rolling with the public, gonna be more white. I saw them twist history right before my very eyes. Insurrection Day, it's in the book and it's all lies. But now I am alive and well to tell it. But will generations down the line be able to sell it? I've always been a thinker on the search for both sides, but they label me an outcast and they cannot tell me why. Guess I'm just a black sheep, white boy who doesn't hesitate to make a lot of fucking noise. I'm the black sheep, white boy, and I wouldn't change a thing if I ever had the choice. Cause the red's the color I bleed. Yes, we all to be red. I have to protect my family. Why does affirmative action make them not hire me? Even in the countries where I'm the minority. Is my race just that awesome and no other could compete? Is that what the anti-whites are trying to tell me? Why am I always seen as such a threat? To the point they wanna strip me down till there's nothing left. Old friends from high school, man, I haven't kept one, but I got a new crew and it's where I belong. Cause if you ain't going free, you ain't rolling with me. And there are even anti-whites in my own family. But I am the one who's comfortable with myself, trying to save them from the hate, so why are they raising hell? Cause I'm the black sheep, white boy who doesn't hesitate to make a lot of fucking noise. I'm the black sheep, white boy, and I wouldn't change a thing if I ever had the choice. Cause the red's the color I bleed. Yes, we all do bleed red. I have to protect my family. I heard that Scotland is too white, is Nigeria too black? Don't get your panties in a bunch, cause I have the right to ask. See, I'm the black sheep, cause I call it hypocrisy. And the media will give you emotions, but they will not give you honesty. Yeah, you have your feelings, but I have the crime rate. And I'ma shoot to kill if there's a danger my way. So I do not blame the cops, just the ones who are cowards, who hesitate to pull the trigger unless it is one of ours. Cause he's a black sheep, white boy who doesn't hesitate to make a lot of fucking noise. I'm the black sheep, white boy, and I wouldn't change a thing if I ever had the choice. Cause the red's the color I bleed. Yes, we all do bleed red. I have to protect my family. So I put my people to death.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
You damn right we will. Today's a big day. We're going to be talking about Steven Crowder's war. We'll review his actual video, his war with Jeremy Boring and Daily Wire. What's going on there? I will cue you all in. It seems like there's a lot of conversation about this, and some folks are doing a really good job, and others have no idea whatsoever. But none of them have addressed two of the most important points, sort of meta points, but that matter for you in your everyday life when it comes to socio-political activities and your interpretation, and therefore ability to ask the right questions to get the right answers. And there's the tip: the Go Free method will help and remedy all of this. Go Free lesson of the day: uncovering your MPs is the segment we will read from. The glossary: we have white, positive community and sphere, and white sympathetic sphere. What does this mean? We talk about this all the time. There are new folks. We're going to briefly touch upon that, as well as the meme pathogen, the MP. White men are the real danger to society because they're mass shooters. We'll know exactly how to respond to this because we have the Go Free method. Your comments, calls, and questions. And then, folks, there's this. A beautifully gleaming 18-wheeler pulled to a stop behind a traffic jam. A police officer was walking from vehicle to vehicle and taking notes. The truck driver rolled the window down as the cop approached. "What's going on, officer?" "About 2 miles up the road, we surrounded a gang in a dump truck. They have Kanye West hostage, and they're demanding $10 million in ransom, where they say they'll douse him in gasoline and set him on fire right in the middle of the highway. So we're taking up some quick donations." "Wow," exclaimed the truck driver. "What are people donating on average?" The cop slowly lowered his sunglasses. "About a gallon." Now that is fun. A good Sunday evening, Monday morning to all of you. It is 5 in the once great state of Virginia, outside of Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, and midnight in Moscow. How are you all doing? It's wonderful to see the folks that have shown up here today. I see Matt. I see Tricky. I see Austin. I see Elaine Sabatino. Franklin is there, of course. So is Victorian Time Traveler. So is Cassie is here as well. Who else are with us today? It's fantastic to see you all, and it's great to have you here. If you have not already shared the URL, please do with your circles of influence so we can get as many folks in here to learn the truth so that there can be something to their activism other than just nothing but being entertained. Let's reach these folks. We will have something for them so that they can change their lives and they can be better mentally, physically, and spiritually. That's what we do in service to white well-being, because when it benefits the individual, he or she wants to share it. It benefits their family. It benefits their community. And we created people out of a deracinated race. Hello to everybody over there at D-Live, over to the monitors to my left, your right, and Odyssey as well. A good Sunday evening to all of you, as well as, of course, on YouTube and the other platforms like Rumble we're on. And, of course, we're on Twitter Live right now as well. So say hi if you're on Twitter. And if you're able to share this stream while you're on Twitter, I don't know if folks are able to do that. Please do. and then leave me a message saying that you were able to share it and you did share it. Rory is here. Great to see you. If you would like to financially gift over the course of this gathering while we are together, first in a moment, we will be reviewing Steven Crowder's video about his war with Daily Wire and Little Shapiro and Jeremy Boring. Should I make boring jokes all night long? I don't know. But maybe I will. We'll see what happens. But nevertheless, we'll be reviewing that in a moment. But should you, over the course of this evening, like to financially gift yours truly, you may do so. And you can do so over at Entropy. The link is below at a cost of 15% to you wonderful folks there. They deserve that 15%. You also may do so over at DLive. And now I remember that when you send me things like lemons, that those things are not just stickers. Those are cryptocurrency. I was just allowed over the past couple of weeks ago to return to DLive financial gifting. So been able to stream there, but not receive financial gifts. So a big thank you to everybody there who in recent weeks has given me things like lemons and ice cream cones of their cryptocurrency. And of course, Ninja Guineas and all of that sort of business. Thank you all very much for that. Over on Odyssey, you may financially gift with cash, green cash, spendable cash. And you can also financially gift in their library tokens, which is their cryptocurrency. You may financially gift by way of a cryptocurrency or several cryptocurrencies at Cash App, where you can also financially gift in cash over the course of the gathering and any time at all you might like. And you will find that all of these in the description below this video. When you do so, you will appear over here on my right. So cryptocurrency or cold hard cash over there at Cash App, a wonderful little app, and happy that it works so well as these other financial gifting platforms. You may also gift with a cryptocurrency over at my website, knowwhyguilt.org. Click on the financial gift tab. You will be presented with the wallets that we use. And do look forward to those. I look back after the gathering to see if I have received any financial gifts there every time. And then I read those the subsequent week. Everybody's financial gifts will be read. If you financially gift, it's getting read. And I might have to change the words a little bit, but it will be read. Otherwise, you can reach out over the course of the gathering, and please do, tagging me as No White Guilt. And if you see people trying to speak to me as Jason, Dum Dum, Yo-Yo, Mr. Kuna, whatever it is, please tell them, hey, you have to tag him as No White Guilt. Therefore, it'll turn orange, and he'll be able to see it. On any of these platforms, it is the same, I believe. Maybe it doesn't turn orange on DLive. It gets highlighted. So I will then speak to your questions or comments. You may also go over to Entropy and write in the question widget there your questions or comments. They won't disappear there. They won't scroll off, but you or I can delete them. I look forward to your comments there as well. Great to see Gina is here. And let's see, Super Galactic is here. So is the great Yiz, the Unifier, is with us. Wonderful to see you. So is Wata and Lucid. Wonderful to see everybody. We are going to be talking about Steven Crowder in just a moment. More importantly, I think the overall issue of Con Inc. What is Con Inc. and how is it problematic or not problematic, beneficial or not beneficial? So I'm going to go ahead and put this up on the screen as I get to just a few swashbuckling announcements that we have. There he is. There's the Crowder crowding into his studio, ready to tell you about how awful the big tech is and how awful Con Inc. is, which he has taken to calling Big Con. I think that's actually quite smart. But yes, Con Inc. And we want to say, though, before we get into that, just a few swashbuckling announcements. And that is, we're beginning with White Student Transmission, who has written his very first book. I purchased it, waiting for it to come. So I'll be able to tell you all what do I think about it when it arrives. He says it's called Equal Training Analysis of Anti-White Material and Language Manipulation. Big round of applause for White Student. I don't know if he's here yet, but he's one of our best, and he's a great guy. Student Manual is analysis of the most common agitation techniques currently used by radicalized teachers on campus organizations and groups. So this is going to be reaching a bunch of people, and we're really happy to have him participating in service to white well-being. We also have here Lovely Porridge from Jubilation Media, kicked off his second season of Meet Your People for the great School of the West, which is headed up by Brand Danger, two of our very best right there in Lovely Porridge and Dean Danger. Check out this video. I tweeted it and I put it across my social media platforms. It's really fantastic. It's like an intro, and then you have the site. You can also go over to schoolofthewest.world. I prefer you find schoolofthewest.world on YouTube, but I'm sure you'll be able to find the link for YouTube there. And I will get the link for this promo that Lovely Porridge has made. The first video was just released on Macedonia. It's wonderful. These films are geared. It works for all ages, but they're geared for children to learn that we are a single people with many countries, a single people, a big white ring circling the earth, and many countries. That's what we are. We are not ethno-nationalists, because that means that we are at odds with each other. We are a single people. We celebrate all of our ethnicities. And these videos do a wonderful thing. And I wish to God that when I had been a child, I had videos like this, and I could see that I had brothers and sisters around the world with different hues of Western civilization, instead of what I was shown, which is non-white people in their countries that were said to be the true diversity, the real people, the real cultures. And I was somehow plain and didn't have anything of value. It is a despicable thing that they do to our children. Make sure that your children are watching these videos that are produced by Lovely Porridge. They are absolutely top tier, no exaggeration. We will get the link for you. I also want to mention a comment sent to me by Mind Over Magic. And Mind Over Magic writes here, Jason, since I brought this to your attention, Charlie's video has gone viral, and many others have done response videos, with one being a gym owner. It would not surprise me if Charlie ended up on Tucker at some point. However, I would love for you to have him on. I would love to have Charlie Chione on as well. We reviewed his video, What Are We Doing to White People, last week. I believe it was it on Tuesday? And we did an epic review, of course, as always, coming from yours truly. Great No White Guilt clips. Made a clip specifically just of that part of the video. We made all of that available. If you have Charlie's ear, I've reached out twice to him already. If you have his ear and you want to tell him about the great work that we're doing here, and that he would be treated very well here, it'd be a hero's welcome. We're not the hating the jaywalkers community. We're not any of this. So he need not be afraid of us and the taint that comes from association with those individuals. Mind Over Magic writes here, incidentally, another YouTuber who I think is one of your subscribers by the name of Elaine Sabatino did a very good job. The anti-whites in the comments section on Charlie's video. One even called her a bozo, and she reciprocated back with, quote, bozo, here are the facts, close quote, or something like that. Anyway, looking forward to you and Charlie having a chat and discussing the Going Free method. Hey, a big salute to the great Elaine Sabatino, a real fighter in the trenches, carrying the message and the banner of white well-being everywhere she goes. She is a genuine hero for Western kind. She is a genuine hero for Western kind, not the guys who talk all the time about how we're going to fight one day. No, the fighting's happening right now, and you're losing, dum-dum. Elaine Sabatino, we love you. We salute you, and thank you for Mind Over Magic to bringing that to my attention, that she was down there, bloody knuckles and all, swashbuckling with the anti-white scum. Just two more things, one very short one here, and we're going to get started on Stephen Crowder, and the Stop Big Con. I want to hear what you all think about Stop Big Con. Is it a big con? We have here, M.A. writes this. I was sharing the message of Going Free in the comments since his count was 80K, talking about Charlie Chione, and noticed many people picking up on our verbiage. Please, 07s, raucous emojis for M.A. Getting into that live chat all the way back at 80,000, and it's well over 1.1 million views now. Having these conversations, she did a fabulous job, people taking up the lexicon and therefore preparing the ground for us, improving their lives and carrying our struggle to the masses, a struggle against the great evil of our age, which is anti-whiteism. That is the thing that is used as the excuse to destroy everything in the West. My friends, let the anti-whites make all of the rest of their arguments about why feminism is good, a subset of anti-whiteism, about why social Marxism is good, a subset of anti-whiteism, etc. Let them make their arguments about why the borders should be wide open, in my opinion, without anti-whiteism. All of their arguments for all of these positions are garbage. They do not stand the light of day. The least bit of examination, the least bit of antiseptic on the arguments that they make in favor of all of these little isms and ideologies that are really just subsets of that main ideology, which is anti-whiteism. They cannot survive. They cannot survive. And yet conservatives, good people, Republicans, good people, those who are not anti-white, nationalists, good people, those folks who are out there, and they think all we need to do is bring the truth and the data and the facts and we win. And then they wonder, why is it again and again and again that they lose? The reason they lose is because they are not defending against the one main thrust of attack that is the dominating thrust of attack for all of these ideologies that are destroying the West. And that is retributive justice against Western kind. It is, my friends, the white guilting that causes us to lose every single conversation, that causes us to lose, whether it's a classroom, in the workplace, etc. Without white guilting us, without anti-whiteism, all of their arguments fall on their faces before the light of day, before reason, logic, and certainly evidence. They can't withstand any of it. To that end, we're going to celebrate right now another awesome accomplishment. Already, it seemed like we just celebrated 15,000. We just hit 16,000 over on Twitter. We are on the move. Good people, ordinary people are the folks who are subscribing. People who go to work, pay their taxes, who are industrious, who don't have big swaths of their family, who won't talk to them anymore. These are the kinds of people that we need. Implicitly white sympathetic folks, people who are willing to take up a moral imperative and bring that to the fight against anti-whiteism. We love you for showing up, and we thank you. And folks, we're going to keep doing this. Let this exhilarate you to move forward into this coming week after this gathering, to spread more, push more, work harder. It's charity now. Maybe someday it won't be. It's charity now. Maybe someday it won't be, but we'll get to that point where we're going to make a difference. And money, perhaps like the money we see as we segue into Crowder here and his conflict with Daily Wire, Jeremy Boring, and Benny over there as well, Benny Shapiro. So what have you all thought about this? I'm going to go ahead and start this video. We're going to see if we can hear the video fine. We'll have it turned up here as far as possible. Make sure you share. Make sure you share the URL. Rory says, No White Guilt loves playing with his yo-yo. Actually, did I do the yo-yo on? No, I juggled. I can, there's White Student Transmission. We were just celebrating you, brother. RBN, wonderful to see you. Stephanie Love, great to see you. Jerome Villa, wonderful champ, wonderful. Promethean Promulgation is there as well. Edmond 3, hello and welcome to the greatest of all gatherings on planet Earth, this, where those who are advocates for white well-being, men and women of the West, crowd together and they prepare themselves for the coming week and the struggles that they will face, the very real struggles that are the battles for our destiny, no longer going to be shirked, no longer going to be ignored, because someday we're going to get out there and we're gonna take it to them with rockets and whatever else. No. Or someday we'll get out there and we're going to march in the streets. No. And part of the issue that we're going to be talking about that no one is talking about, at least that I've heard. And I reviewed several of the reviews and found some of them to be pretty good. They shared some of my opinions about what was going on after I watched the Steven Crowder video. But the others were horrendous. I did not see folks talking about the most important issues going on right now. Perhaps you could look at it in sort of a meta way, but it's tangible. So let's see what's going on. Cassie, what is this? I think they're both equally stupid, but there's something about Shapiro that just makes it more hilarious. Well, it's because he's like a little beetle or something. He's like a little beetle. He talks like a beetle. He looks like a beetle. So maybe that's it. Cool Papa J Magic is here. Frank Beans is here. Helios Abbott is here. Putting on my glasses. I don't even know why. I do have some notes here. But we will go ahead and get started. And we'll start off by asking you all, how well can you hear? How well can you hear?
Steve.com now exists to begin with. It's been a while. Either this has to stop.
Nice little flip of the documents toward the camera. Can everybody hear him okay and hear me okay? There's the great Fornull has shown up. Wonderful to see you. Ezra, chapter 9, Victorian time traveler. So are you on team Beetle or team Clam Chowder? Oh, very good. Victorian time traveler comes up with those things from time to time, and they're very good. Audio is fine, says Roy. Jason C says, the guy with the best name in the live chat, says sound is good. Matt says sound is good. Franklin says, sadly, he can hear Crowder. Promethean promulgation. Crowder sounds whining and annoying. Can you fix the sound? Well, I don't think I have that sort of tech here. That would be the kind of thing that we'd have to drag maybe Fornull into the room and or get our AI to come in here and correct for us, make him sound like John Wayne or something like that. Artificer is here. So's Kingdom of Vinland has shown up. So let's see what he's going to have to say. Everybody's been able to review this, show this video, and it seems like a lot of people have. So if anything happens to me and this channel, I'm going to be so happy and I'll be laughing. It'll be great. Okay. So Stop Big Con. Is this, we'll propose the question right now. Is this the con? Is what Steven here is doing, is this the con? Or does he have a legitimate point? Or are there points being made on both sides? And what do you think the bigger picture is that I might speak to at the end of the review, or perhaps sometime during the review toward the end of the video?
Or I'm going to have to stop. Either this, what I'm about to discuss, this has to stop, or I'm going to have to stop.
Okay, so he's holding up an offer from Daily Wire to work for them. It's not a contract yet. And I saw folks dismissing offers as though they're just nothing. No, that's what the contracts get made. It's like when you buy a house. I've never had the money to do that. But when you buy a house, you make an offer. That is not the contract yet. But it's even sort of, it's similar to that, but it can be even broader. And the way these things begin, whether it's in entertainment or you're purchasing parcels of land or whatever it might be, is it begins very, depending on the different groups from around the world that are now in the West, it can be insane, the kind of offers. But it can start very broad and it can feel insulting. And it seemed to me that I saw a lot of content creators talking about offers by Daily Wire that they were taking very personally. And these folks I really don't like the saying it's not personal, it's only business, because it's thrown in to personal relationships. But I think, though, there is truth at its core that when you say it's not personal, it's business. It's that I like you. I would like to make this more. I would like to pay you more, but the bottom line won't allow it. Now, sometimes that kind of a statement is a lie, but far too often, I think for prima donnas who are content creators, especially these people who, like Crowder, who the sort of river of fate is flowing toward, and it's just all he's got to do is show up, and people are going to want to watch him. It has to deal with his appearance, it has to deal with his tone, it has to deal with similarities to relatives, it has to, etc. The river of fate. I'm not saying that he has no talent. You have to have talent, but you have to have them show, because you can find talent everywhere. Talent is everywhere. But whether or not the laity, the audience, the commentariat are going to pursue the talent is something totally different. And these folks very often, because they're sort of kissed by fate, and all they have to do is show up, and thousands will show up. And then if they put on a good show, they'll stay, and thousands more will show up. And then then companies will show up and they'll make offers. They become prima donnas. So you have to keep that in mind as well. So this is an offer made specifically by Jeremy Boring of Daily Wire. And let me just tell you all right now, it's not even that not only do I not have a dog in the fight, I really, unless I find out something different than all I can know from the outside and all I can glean from the outside, I dislike both immensely. So unless there's something more there that I become aware of, then I don't like either. And I will give my opinions in that, it's sort of in that light.
Either what I'm about to discuss has to stop, or I don't know, this may just not be for me anymore. So let me explain. Give me a few minutes.
Keep that statement in mind, that he says, this may not be for me anymore.
Of your time, because context matters here. I ask that you don't skip ahead. Won't take very long. This has been a long time coming. This is a conversation that I've actively avoided, sidestepped, and I've hoped and prayed that it not be necessary behind the scenes for a long while, but that's no longer possible. So if you've watched for the last decade, you know that I've always made it clear that we here at Mug Club are in the business of serving you, the viewer, you watching, listening right now. I've also made it clear that I wouldn't be in the business of attacking other conservatives, regardless of disagreements or personal issues. And I've always explained my logic was relatively simple. I believe that the world was better with more voices out there rather than less, regardless of minute differences, considering the magnitude of the battle that we are genuinely fighting for our country right now. But for the first time, I have to...
So this is the preliminary. And it's part of what I believe is deception for what he's going about doing here. We'll get more into that.
Say that I believe many of those in charge in the right-leaning media are actually at odds with what's best for you, the viewer, the customer, and more importantly, the country.
All right. We'll jump in right there. It is absolutely the case, from going all the way back to when I was working on the Hill in the heart of the conservative movement, the nerve center of the conservative movement, that the biggest financiers for Con Inc., Conservative Inc., are anti-white. They're anti-white, period. They might have some disagreement with other anti-whites, but just to to speak with them and to see what they want in the world, to see what they celebrate when it happens in the world, is to instantly ascertain that they are anti-white. That's always been the case. It hasn't just gotten started. He didn't just become aware of that fact. When you work near the top, and I was not near the top, head of some conservative national organization or anything like that. But what I did, and I won't go into detail, put me in proximity to all of that awareness. So they are anti-white. And you can see this, if you're wise, over the course of your life. You witness the conservative groups use the tools, we talk about this with Republicans, use the tools in their conflict with more hardcore, open anti-whites that will always lose. They use the tools that will always lose. And then they adopt the positions of their opposition, so that sometimes it's not even a position that their opposition held 10 years ago. It might even be 5 years ago, and they immediately take it up. We see the Republican led House talking about diversity and inclusivity as one of their main goals, one of their main objectives. None of them were voted to go exclude white people, to white erase white people from governance. None of them were voted for to go do that. If you want that openly, you do that for Democrats. Here's the thing that I have shared many times, and I will have to share many more. Republicans in office craft a message that speaks to the people that they need to vote for them. That doesn't mean the Republicans hold your same values, or that their financiers, the financiers behind Con Inc., that they hold your values, that they want your objectives. They just know that they have to speak your language. And because they need your vote, they have to live lives that are a little less corrupt than politicians in the U.S. who call themselves Democrats, for example, for whom it doesn't matter how corrupt they are. Anti-whites are in charge. Anti-whites they dominate government. They dominate the majority of nodes of power. And they know that their electorate will vote for them no matter what they do, no matter how corrupt, no matter how profane. In fact, probably they will vote for them because corrupt, because profane, because it damages Western civilization. So you have to keep that in mind. So what is happening when it comes to these financiers who are anti-white and behind Con Inc.? Is this some, they're doing it to be false flags? They want to create the artificial opposition that's always defeated? Is that, why bother thinking about it? You can't do anything about it. You're wasting your time. That's like wondering about life on Neptune. It's a giant waste of your time. You can affect your life and those around you, and you damn well better get to it. And this is a little bit of a hint to the two very important things that are being missed by everybody when they review this and they talk about this back and forth, in my humble opinion. So Crowder has known that this is the case because he's near the top. He talks with these people. He dines with them. He parties with them, or did, at least until now, many of them. And so he knows the truth.
We here at Mug Club, we thought that we were all in this together, that we were fighting the media, entertainment, industrial complex. We thought that we were all genuinely taking it to big tech. But
so keep in mind, then, his affected performance. Since he knows that it wasn't taking it to big tech. It wasn't taking it to the anti-whites.
But too many of those in charge of the big conservative platforms are verifiably in bed with them. Big tech is in bed with big con.
Now, his right there. Now, once again, I'm going to tell you, I'll just brief synopsis for everybody that knew. I worked in the nerve center of the conservative movement in Washington, D.C. All of the biggest conservative groups, the biggest, attended weekly luncheons that were off the record, where we had White House reps, senators, House members who would come, and strategists, the biggest strategists for the Republican Party and conservatives would come. And there was a very large meal, and topics would be discussed, all off the record. And so very powerful financiers would come as well. They even held parties there to thank them for their colossal donations. So I know firsthand that there are competitions, there are animosities among wealthy individuals whom we might call anti-white oligarchs that pit them in opposition to one another, but has nothing to do with Save America as you and I would define it. There's a big difference there. So, in my opinion, Crowder here is giving you the story that's given to the public. Saying that does not mean that he doesn't care about America. He doesn't care about Canada. I have no way of knowing what he genuinely feels. Maybe he does to some degree. But I can tell you this, working in the position that he's been in for over 10 years, he damn well knows since the beginning that these financiers don't like America. They don't like Canada as we know those countries to be. They don't like white people. They don't like white norms. He knows that.
The people I thought were fighting for you, a lot of it has been a big con. Now, I'm specifically avoiding naming names or going after individuals in this video because I genuinely hope that those I'm addressing, and you know who you are, have a change of heart. It's never too late to do the right thing. Guys, this is a genuine plea. We can all do better. We can all do better. It doesn't have to be this way. And please, don't make me have to provide receipts.
Okay, so that is histrionics, or just being melodramatic. The plea, please, this supplication to people who are making decisions, monetary decisions, is always going to fall on deaf ears. Why is that? Why must you know that? Content creators out there talking about how, well, not every group out there, not every conservative outfit practices business the exact same way. It's fine. They have to practice business in a way that they defeat their composition or they cease to exist. That's the reality. You're out in the jungle when you're in the capitalist landscape of kill or be killed. Now, there can be along the way things like the kind of banal term co-opetition and things of this nature, where you can cooperate at times with other brands that have similar objectives, at least for their audiences. Stop believing that what they say to you, we have to become more shrewd than this. Stop believing that what they say to you is their honest position. To always have a squinted eye at what they say. They care about what America, what's going to happen to America, what's happening to America. Well, how do you define America? What is America to you? Are you even remotely telling me the truth now? So this right here, this please guys, listen to me. This is not for Jeremy Boring and Ben Shapiro. This is for you. This is for new Mug Club members. This is Steven saying, I'm the good guy. I begged them to do the right thing. They wouldn't do it. He already knows when he made this video, before making this video, when he bought that URL. He knew that they were not going to reverse course on their offer in a way that would satisfy him. And we can talk more about this, about his Crowder's plea for the little guy. The little guy. It's just for the little guy. I want to protect the little guy. That, again, is for you. That's not for Daily Wire, Ben Shapiro, Jeremy Boring. If he were concerned with the little guy, the new conservative content creator, Crowder would have looked at this offer of $50 million for 4 years and would have said, listen to me, Jeremy. If you will not put these onerous restrictions on new conservative content creators in future agreements that I'm seeing in this offer, I will take $10 million less. That really would have shown commitment to protecting the little guy, wouldn't it have? I will take you offering me $50 million for 4. I'll take $40 million for 4 years if you will guarantee, not a promise, not your word. That's not how business works in the real world. A contract of some sort where you will pay me a massive penalty. You won't pay me the $10 million that you were going to give me anyhow that I declined. No, you'll pay me $100 million if you place these strictures on new content creators. Now, of course, Crowder knows that he can't do that because, as we will get to in a moment, you can't expect Daily Wire to pay contractors for work they cannot do. You can imagine YouTube or Facebook like a shovel or spade or a lawnmower, and your lawn company suddenly doesn't have access to their lawnmowers and their spades, their shovels. Are you still going to pay them to care for your lawn since they can't do it anymore? If you do, some people with thick heads will think you're a nice guy, and others will think that you've lost your mind because since they're not bringing in revenue, you're going broke and you won't stay in business for long.
Now, to the others out there who have now been able to verify, have been locked into exploitative contracts that I have the luxury of not having to sign, which is why I'm doing this. Those of you out there who've been locked into this and you know what I'm talking about, stay tuned. I've got something for you before this video is done.
Again, it's not exploitative if your contract reads that if you cannot access your lawnmowers and shovels, you can't work on my yard, and therefore I won't pay you. That's not exploitation. And that's not me defending Daily Wire. Ugh.
So there are a few points to address. Now, many, but not all of the suits running the business of big conservative, big con, at best don't share your values and at worst are taking advantage of your good graces.
Okay. Fact. That is a fact. That has been a fact since I discovered, and it was going on before. You can look back at the conservative groups over the years. Go ahead and name some of the old conservative groups in the live chat. Maybe some of you are old enough to remember hosts and hosts of conservative groups that either they were started from the jump with big money that was going to compete monetarily, not ideologically, with other anti-whites, and they gave you a pitch to sell you on their competitive vehicle, or they were started genuinely somehow, and then they were bought out by these interests with seemingly, and pardon me, we'll talk about it more, endless sums of money to compete monetarily with other interests. He knows this. He has known that from the beginning. Why has he continued to sell you on those platforms? I think he's been around for like 10 years. Why hasn't he told you from maybe year 2 when he found out, or 3, or year 4? I mean, he's been huge since at least 6 years ago, right? Why didn't he tell you then? Why didn't he tell you, hey, there's something really wrong here? Something is really bad. The money people. And who gets the tune played? But he who pays the piper. So why didn't he come out and tell people that 6 years ago? 5 years ago? He's just admitting to it right now. It was like when Jared Taylor admitted to everybody when Trump got elected that he never thought American Renaissance was going to accomplish anything for our people other than documenting the decline of the white race. This guy is telling you this at the beginning of his video.
And as I've experienced it behind the scenes, I've watched our country be harmed as a result. So, Mug Club. Professionally, it's meant everything to us here. Personally, too, but professionally, you are the entire reason for your ability to create this kind of content truly independently for the last 6 years. When I started doing, right-leaning, like comedy entertainment videos in 2009, maybe it was 2008, I really didn't have a plan. I didn't know the blueprint because there was no blueprint. I didn't know the ceiling because no one with this kind of content had ever really even tried it. It was you, Mug Club, you watching, supporting, who created the ceiling. And you made it clear that all of you were going to keep raising it. All I knew back then was that I was a conservative. I was a Christian. There was nothing out there for someone like me. Not on cable, not on radio, certainly not on YouTube. And back then, that was really the only video platform. Live streaming wasn't really even a thing. All I wanted to do was to set out to create the kind of content, the kind of show that I always wished had existed when I was growing up. And I hope that there would be enough of you out there like me. Here's the thing. I was told that there weren't. I was told by the powers that be that you didn't exist. I was told that the only way to make a living in this business was...
So he's admitting to you that he's known all along that the people with the money are said to him, there aren't enough folks who care about America. If we're going to compete with these other businesses, political businesses, if you will, then we just have to tell folks what they want to hear to a degree, not go any further than that, because they are in opposition to further than that, probably even in opposition to some of this real milquetoast stuff, and make ourselves a bunch of money. John Birch Society was right, many others. That was a big one. So at this point, if you were a thinking person, you should be seriously squinting at Crowder. Sort of do the question mark head that dogs do, be like,
to cater to older conservative generations, and that comedy, that entertainment, that edgy, quote unquote, content didn't work on the right side of the spectrum. An entertainment show would never work. All of you are the only reason that we here were even remotely vindicated. And Mug Club sealed it. I remember exactly where I was when I thought up the idea of Mug Club. I remember who I was with. I remember what I was eating. I remember why. I could see the writing on the wall back then, the big tech censorship on the horizon, the diminishing advertising revenue day by day, and I knew full well that demonetization from these platforms, it was inevitable. But I wasn't really sure that this would work. At that point in time, getting anyone to subscribe to anything was pretty much impossible. Everything on the internet was basically free except for pornography. Even, Netflix, the only player in the space at the time between shipping DVDs of Poltergeist 3, they were struggling with online streaming. But I found a great partnership back then, a partnership with a company called CRTV, which later purchased The Blaze and used that name going forward. And on election night, 2016, so many of you signed up that the back end of our site crashed. We couldn't handle it. And it only grew from there. Now, I want to be clear about something.
Just as an aside, when people say this, and the site crashed, because it's like a cliche now. And it seems like an admission that you were incompetent. You didn't prepare. Does anybody really think the site crashed? Wow, that's great. We crashed it, that it was so many people. Does anybody really think that? I mean, it seems like boomer tier. Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like boomer tier to me. Stick around. I'm going to share with you all very soon the two things that other reviewers of what's going on between Crowder and Boring, Benny Shapiro, Daily Wire, these other con Inc. or Big Con, as Crowder would say, which I think is quite brilliant. That's fantastic. Big Con. That's fantastic. Should have always been called that. But I will be sharing that soon enough, along with the other views that I have, insight for you, so that you can understand what's going on in the conservative movement, if you will, conservative sphere in America, i.e. then generally for the West, because it operates in very similar ways across Western countries. And also just in life, you're going to have conversations. You're going to have to deal with a used car dealer. You're going to have to deal with a lot of different kinds of individuals over the course of your life. And you better know how to read them well, because if you don't, you'll be had.
This video here, it's not about the Blaze. When they were purchased by CRTV, the company's goals, their vision simply grew further apart from mine, from ours here. It just wasn't the right fit. Yeah, I wasn't thrilled about some things and the handling of Mug Club leaving, and that's why we launched mugclubforever.com, where you can sign up just to be able to reach you. This really isn't about that, so I want to create some separation.
Y'all can educate me on this. So he created Mug Club, which is a great idea. I think it's sad that something so superficial can combine people, and that they have to do nothing more than buy the merch and have their mugs that we all have the similar mugs that say Crowder on it. I mean, I don't know, but so he came up with, but it worked, so it's fantastic. So he came up with this, and then gave it over, or came up with the idea, or handed it over, and he had the idea, and then he gave it to CRT V. Is it CRT TV or the Blaze? And then he doesn't have ownership of it, and all of the people who had signed up for it? Or was it something he proposed to his employer and then they implemented it? Because that's now what he's going to use as his pay-per-view network that he wants to set up, which, if you recall at the very beginning of this video, he said he doesn't need to do any of this anymore. And you'll see some of these contradictory phrases. Sometimes they occur closer together. Doesn't need to do it. Could just walk away, just do stand up. By the way, I'm going to take over, and I'm going to have all the best talent and all the customers. So
here, business relationships end all the time. That's business. But I was in a period to field offers from other people, other key players in this movement. They flooded in. Now, before you guess who it is, before you start trying to do some Sherlock Holmes work, there are far more people beneath the tip of the iceberg than you know about who are trying to get into this space. There are more than...
Because it's a business opportunity. Patriotic, particularly white people, because white people are the ones victimized in Western civilization directly. When non-white people are patriotic and they are victimized, it's collateral damage. But it's the targeting of the white race as the excuse to be able to attack everything that's Western norms, etc. Those are the folks that are turning and looking elsewhere. And do you all remember, I told you all very clearly before a lot of these folks, these celebrities showed up, I said, there are people like me who have been here for decades, working hard for our people, for our countries, for Western civilization. And as soon as there is a business opportunity, people will show up that have more money to take advantage of the business opportunity. They will show up who have more connections to take advantage of the business opportunity. Opportunists will show up. And they did, right on cue. Some of them lisping, some of them not. But they showed up right on cue. A lot of them female. Parvin News, Aravistes. I don't know if that's the plural of Araviste. Can somebody tell me if that's the plural? Probably I can anglicize it because I could do that what I want here. But Aravistes, these folks who just show up They say the same things or similar things because they've analyzed what this new market wants to purchase, which is liberty, freedom, security, their country back, their norms back, safety back, proper education for their children back, affordable medical care back, a medical system that actually cares about the population and isn't just making money and injecting or giving pills or whatever it is to make another dollar. They want that back. So they know, once they do their market analysis, what to sell you. And that's why they show up, these opportunists. So when he says there's all these players who want to get into it, this is a financial opportunity to them. They're not patriots. Wake up. Take your heads out of your asses. There is a financial opportunity because of how bad things are getting. But guess what? If you begin purchasing or you continue purchasing from people who are there just to sell you to make themselves rich because it's a business opportunity, you are not going to get to the goals of safety, security, healthcare, borders, law and order, etc. You won't get there because it's not their intent to get you there. If anything, their market obligation is to keep things disappearing for you so that you continue to get more and more panicked and spend more and more dollars, donate more and more dollars, buy more and more merch. That's what it's all about for them.
Than you would probably assume. So I went into free agency. I looked over the offers. And I saw the clause come out. And I don't just mean unreasonable demands for control, but what I would argue are immoral terms that actually punish conservative content creators on behalf of big tech. And
that's an erroneous linkage. And I'll show you how it's erroneous as we get to it. Not a terribly long video. We're going to have some longer spates and of it play. But the bringing the language of religion, morality into business dealings is not an interpretation of business. It is for an argument aimed at you, the audience.
That's something that I just couldn't unsee. And I want to let you know, it's not the exception. It's the rule. Kids out there coming up. We need to build a bench here in this movement. It's almost impossible. Don't sign these contracts. I now know what you are signing out there. I have the luxury of not having to.
Now no, but he's known for a long time. And now knowing, as I said earlier, he didn't say, I'll tell you what, I'll take 40 million. As long as we get an agreement here, contract that says you put any more of these strictures in and you pay me 100 million.
I don't have to be here. I don't have to say this. Please don't sign this. Certainly not without professional legal counsel representation. Do not sign something that includes, let me go through this. Effectively, full ownership of all your social media platforms, channels in perpetuity, the rights to your content, name, image, likeness, even the ones that you've built. Don't sign contracts out there that include multi-million-dollar penalties.
Let me pause really quickly. I haven't been able to get through Jeremy Boring's rebuttal to this. And I don't know if he addresses this or not, but if a company is going to take you and your image, you're the product, and they're going to promote that, and you're going to create content, then my guess is that they're going to want to own everything that you create because they're paying you for it. You're the contractor. They're paying you for it. It's kind of like you hire an artist to do a painting of you, and he's a contractor. He does the painting, and then comes to your house years later and says, I want that painting back because I did it, and I want to show people, I want to put it up where I'm selling my new work so that folks can see what I've done in the past. That's my guess. But then also, again, this is an offer. So shrewd and manipulative business people, and there are a lot of folks out there, and they're of all races, they're of all peoples, they're of all backgrounds. Why is that? Because that's what you're going to have when you have a system that produces that for success, or that requires that behavior for success. That's the system we're in. That's a requisite. You can't be successful otherwise. You could be benevolent along the way, but you can't go through the system and succeed any other way than this, than being sort of ruthless. So the beginning of the discussion is going to be something that is really burdensome and goes way beyond the mark. And you can see here that Crowder, I'm reading in him, so I could be wrong, but he really seems offended by the offer.
For different, let me read you an example of what I mean. And this would be if it was me. If Crowder fails to deliver a monthly content in any month or any of the quarterly content in the corner, including any and all ad reads, and by the way, all these contracts came with 3, 4, 5 ad reads per show, which would fundamentally change what this show is. Got to get those dollar bills. If I failed to do that, it would be a $250,000 reduction in fee per quarter. If, let's say, we did do everything per quarter, but annually maybe missed something, like let's say we went and did a Change My Mind instead of a daily show, which of course requires a lot more work, it'd be a separate $1 million penalty for that if you miss a single piece of content. And the amount of content required is not in line with, frankly, it's worse than Disney. It's worse than ABC. It's worse than NBC. It's worse than CBS. This is ownership of you and everything that you do. But here's, just to drive it home, don't sign something that has another $100,000 daily penalty. If it's not.
Really quickly, Crowder could make the argument that there are young people out there who are not going to push back on the offer. And they're just going to say, oh, that's my offer. Okay, well, I'll go to work for you. And then Daily Wire will write it up into contractual form and then have the person sign it. And that's it. Now they're stuck in this contract for however long, or whatever the buyout clause, if there's such a thing in it, what have you. Maybe there isn't. Maybe they just want to put chains around them. And he wants to protect those people. Well, there's definitely a different way to go about that than this. I'm not saying that what I can see his objective to be is objectionable or something that I would oppose, which I believe he wants to create his own network, his own platform, where he is the grand poobah. More power to him to do it. More power to him to do it. But why all this? Well, stick around and I will tell you.
Not signed off on beforehand. You get hit by a car, you have a sick day, you could lose $100,000 a day. Hey, anyone wonder why there's burnout in this? Anyone wonder why you have kids come up and they leave and never to come back? You think if you had that kind of a penalty, you think if someone said, hey, we're going to penalize you $10,000 every day you miss coming into work, you think you'd be stressed? This is worse than the left.
Okay, that's totally. For him, it would be that kind of sum. If he didn't negotiate that out of the offers, there'd be the initial offer, and then there would be this back and forth, where the offer would be, he would say, I don't want this, I don't want, and then they would say, okay, well, we can give you this, or we could take that away. And they would push back and forth. Well, we could give you more money, but then we're going to keep this in place. That's how it works. Some kid is going to be penalized $10,000 or $100,000 for missing a show. That's not going to happen because they're not going to be paid that.
left frames their contracts. Again, of course I didn't sign any of these things. But I now know what other kids are signing out there. And here's the worst part. Yeah, that's terrible. I think it's...
There's no place to sign.
I just think that's wrong to treat people that way.
On and off.
But this is where, in going through this, and I needed to take some time because, look, I've always tried to be a happy warrior, and I want to go back to that. I haven't been happy for a while. To be really, I haven't been happy for a while because when you know what goes on behind these scenes, and you see how many people are complicit, it creates an air of hopelessness. It really does.
Yes, that.
Where you think the people...
100%. If he's genuine there, and he probably is, there is this ennui, this existential weariness when you are up close to the power holders, to the wealthy in the conservative movement, nationalist movement in the United States. And from reports I receive elsewhere and understanding human dynamism, it is the same across the West. And you're like, these are the people that are supposed to be the big finance. When they show up and they're like, well, he's taking a helicopter in and he'll be here in 20 minutes. And the guy shows up and you could tell this is one rich mother. And he shows up and he's just anti-white. That's supposed to be the guy financing the resistance against anti-whites. And then you realize, oh, no, it's just because he was slighted or because one of the competitor anti-white oligarchs out there is financing the opposition here. And so he wants to come in and finance this to kind of push back, to stick his finger in his eye. And then you see how easy it is. Probably the biggest source of ennui or just this hollowness that you end up with at the end of the day, this weariness that you end up with at the end of the day when you actually care about Western civilization, you actually care about the people in the countries and you want to make a change, is that it is infinitely easy to manipulate their thought with the most superficial pabulum that you can find on planet Earth. That's all it takes. The most superficial garbage, and they are willing to follow it. And it takes nothing but a little bit of dough in the blink of an eye, kind of money that these wealthy folks make in more money in a moment than you make in a decade or maybe even your life.
People are supposed to be linking arms and fighting with you, fighting for you, want to punish you. So here's the worst part. Do not, kids, under any circumstances, sign a contract with people who claim to be conservative, but will penalize you 25% for any demonetization or sponsor boycott. Look, let me read this to you. If any of the major platforms, oh no, sorry, that's the second one. Let me go back to the first one. There's another 20%. It's 45% to get a content strike. Let's start with the demonetization. If blank is boycotted or dropped by more than 50% of the advertising partners, the company is not able to replace them within 90 days, the fee will be reduced by 25%. That's a sponsorship boycott. So that's saying, hey, liberals, boycotts work. They work on our guys. We'll punish them for you. Let me go on. Specifically, YouTube demonetization. If any of the major platforms issues a content strike such that Crowder cannot be monetized on such platform, and the company is not able to resolve the issue within 90 days, the fee will be reduced by 25% moving forward. Now, I thought this was a mistake because, these people maybe didn't know who I am, that we've been demonetized for 3 years. No, it was made very clear to me in no uncertain terms. This is what's sent out to everybody.
This is what is sent out to everybody. The exact same offer that he received. Obviously, it would be different sum of money. So the percentages, though, that might be the case. You might be honest there. Although this is a very weird, if you notice this, if you read body language, and I've done a lot of sales over the years, I got really good, because I was already good at reading people my whole life. It's just, it was natural for me that doesn't mean you can't be conned, because you can't always be like on guard, but, and there are good cons out there. But this is kind of a weird position for him to be sitting, covering his mouth and nodding these short little nods at you as he's saying that I know for sure that this is the kind of percentages that are given to everyone else. But you can't possibly know that. Or let me rephrase that. You could be told that, but that couldn't possibly always be the case. There probably are some general rules when it comes to this Daily Wire business about what their offers look like and what their targets on those offers are. And maybe it is this. But again, keep in mind that they have to have you equipped with the tools, the lawnmower and the shovel, the YouTube platform, and I don't know, the colonoscopy test or whatever it is that wants to advertise through you. They need you to continue to have those tools to make them money so that they can pay these contracts. The fact that, and I'll go ahead and speak to this very briefly right now, the fact that they are on platforms like YouTube to reach people. If they were only on YouTube, and this was, I told Kate this actually, that if Daily Wire is busy producing tangible, visible, where folks can see that it's happening, alternatives for YouTube, Facebook, etc., if they are busy producing that, and in the meantime, their content creators have to be on YouTube, but the goal is to get them off of YouTube, then these sort of percentages, hey, if you're kicked off YouTube, if you're demonetized or whatever it is, makes perfect sense. In fact, an agreement, if Daily Wire were really on the up and up, and I don't know that they are, I don't like them either, remember? If they were really on the up and up, the offers would say, hey, this is what it looks like for your presence on Facebook, on YouTube, on whatever, TikTok. And this is what it looks like for your presence on our version of YouTube, on our version of TikTok, where you're not going to get fired. So this will be the sum that you'll be guaranteed, because we can't kick you off there, with the exception of ad reads. Say like Bill's colonoscopy decides they don't like you anymore because you said something that the owner Bill doesn't like you don't give a shit. And so you might lose revenue, you might lose pay then, unless they could fill the slot with another advertiser. And that would be stipulated. So you would have a guaranteed, now I don't know if it's saying that for these other content creators, and it's not saying that at least for Crowder here. It's only talking about YouTube and Facebook and the rest, and how you'll be punished if you're unable to use those tools for the promulgation of their message and the sale of their products and services.
And then if you get a strike, meaning a suspension, another 20% reduction. And then another 20% of it happens on Apple. And then another 10% of it happens on Facebook. And then another 10% of it happens on Spotify. Imagine you're deplatformed, as we've seen in the past, where all of the major entities decide to remove you in one day. Rather than having a conservative alternative, you would now be down to 5 to 15% of the revenue of your contract.
How much should you be paid when you don't have the tools that you need to work? Come on, Stephen.
Think about this for a second. Those in charge, the big conservative, the big con, and it really is the biggest con going right now, they're making it known in their contracts that they will enforce the guidelines of big tech and punish conservatives on their behalf. Don't worry, Wojcicki. Trust me, these conservatives will stay in line.
This is such a facile, it's such a facile argument to make, because superficially, and I would assume that Crowder knows this, midwits are going to immediately be able to understand this. Hey, you have to operate by the standards of the anti-whites at Facebook, and therefore Facebook is controlling your conservative speech. And Daily Wire endorses that control and those strictures by way of these restrictive contracts. That's something the average person can get. And they're like, oh, that makes sense. Ergo, Daily Wire is in bed with big tech. And I'm not saying they're not, but they are not per what this offer reads. Or if these offers are becoming contracts, that's not evidence that they're in bed, that they want people obeying big tech, that they want people obeying the anti-whites that operate big tech. Not by what this is stipulating here. I know superficially it could look that way, just like you could see a lake out in the middle of the desert, and when you get there, there's nothing. But that's clearly not the case. Now, that being said, they might be literally in bed with them at times. They probably are.
If they get demonetized, we take away 25% of their operating budget. Take another 20% away if they get a hard strike. Hey, don't worry, Zuckerberg. We've got your back. Hope to see you at the UFC Apex.
No, and see, this is the thing, is that Crowder is smart enough to know what I just said. He's also on the inside where these kind of things are discussed. So he is perfectly aware. Therefore, who is this argument for? Well, it's for you. And it serves his agenda, which is to build his own network. Because he needs you not only to see he hopes is a superior product and service in him and what he does at his network he would like to build, but he also wants to motivate you with moral revulsion for Daily Wire specifically, but Con Inc. generally. And you should feel nothing but repugnance for Con Inc. Everything they write. So I'm going to be telling you soon. How do we get out of this, Jason? What's the meta that's behind this that's tangible at the same time? How does it make sense? Well, I'm going to be telling you. Stick around.
Let me ask you, can you imagine if this show not only was never permitted to take risks per our contract as it relates to big tech guidelines, like as far as the content guidelines, right? There's content guidelines and there's advertiser guidelines. Can you imagine a world where this show could never take risks in relation to those guidelines on, say, things like mRNA injections, election integrity, take your pick. But one step further, if this show had to be advertiser friendly on YouTube, those guidelines pretty much read, don't say anything offensive ever. Well, what's offensive? Whatever is stuck in.
Stop. Conservative Bravo Sierra. This, don't say anything offensive ever. This is where you know that you're being lied to for certain. You would have to be a serious midget wit to not realize that. You can say anything you want offensive about the white race. You can say anything and no advertisers are going to dump you. You can say anything offensive you want about white norms, the norms of Western kind. You could say anything you want and nothing will happen. It's not about being able to say anything offensive. This is how conservative content creators, thought leaders, lead you away like the Pied Piper from the real issue, which is you being attacked because either you are white or you are a wonderful non-white person who loves the freedoms created in the West and wants all that to be perpetuated, who loves the civility in the West, who loves the norms in the West. You are targeted as well. But all of that is targeted with retributive justice. And that's why they win every conversation with you and your family members and colleagues, etc. So this is Crowder talking about Big Con misdirecting you and leading you away from the issues by way of a submission to the strictures of anti-whiteism, anti-white advertisers and anti-whites who run YouTube. He's doing that while misdirecting you, having you conclude that you just won't be able to say anything offensive. And if the problem is that you can't say anything offensive, what is your position? What are you arguing for? To be able to say stuff that is offensive. What kind of moral imperative is that? What kind of people are drawn to that? What kind of movement is that? What kind of outcome do you arrive at? Well, gosh darn it, I'm a big Crowder fan. I want to be able to say all the offensive shit I want, except for anything that is anti-white in the world. You're not going to be able to say anything offensive for anti-whites. Crowder is going to make his own network. There isn't a chance in hell he would have somebody on that network that's going to openly attack that ideology, that will say offensive things about the ideology of anti-whiteism. He probably wouldn't even allow that word to be said. That's the kind of guy he is.
Susan Wojcicki's craw that day. I wish those at the top in big conservative, with, granted, a lot of the money, wanted to do better, but they don't. That's why.
This sounds like an argument from an anti-white teenage girl. I wish they wanted to do better. But that's because he's not crafting it for thinkers. He's crafting it for the broad midwittery out there who just want to be able to say offensive things. That's their God-given right. And wear t-shirts with offensive statements on them. Great. That's really going to save America, Crowder.
I've created stopbigcon.com, and you can be a signatory, and our plans therein. Look, like I've said, I have the luxury of not signing this. I don't need it. I've been demonetized for years. We've adapted here precisely because of Mug Club. The free content only exists because of those who subscribe. I've promised you we won't do more than one sponsorship spot per show. I will keep my word on that until this show ends. Why? Because it's designed for you. It's not designed for the sponsors. If it's 4, 5, 6, 7 sponsors, they're no longer the product. You're the product.
Well, that's true. That statement right there. If you can't see where they're making money, then you are the money to them. But when he was talking earlier about this offer where it said you got to read like 5 or 6 ad reads over the course of the show, and he says that, well, that would fundamentally change the show. If he were genuinely trying to work out an agreement with Daily Wire, he would say, okay, I've lined this out because that would fundamentally change the show if I read 5 ad reads a show. So it'll be 1 ad read. And then Daily Wire would say, can we do 1 ad read? Are we going to make enough money off 1 ad read? Or do we need 2? And then they would, or is this a point that we can ask for more if we give somewhere else? So they would come to some sort of agreement there. That's the idea, how these things work.
So we've adapted here. I don't need this. We've been demonetized, and we're not beholden to sponsors who might get boycotted, because the sponsors that we have are going to go wherever we go anyway. We know that beyond any shadow of a doubt. That's the luxury of doing business honestly and loyalty. But to the kids out there coming up who don't have that luxury, please don't sign these. You can do better. We can all do better. And the only reason at this point for me to stay and continue doing what I've been doing is to make sure that we all do better. So to everyone out there who refuses to sign or is under the cloud of these maybe not entirely enforceable contracts, look, here's your signal. Water's warm here. I'll produce your show. We'll produce your show.
There it is.
If there are enough of you out there, I will transition Mug Club into a full-scale network with independent content creators who don't want to be locked into slave contracts. Look, I understand that business relationships sometimes fall through. People don't see eye to eye. I get that. But there is a way to structure these contracts and a network. There's a world in which contracts and a network exists where everyone benefits with some semblance of fairness, transparency. There's no need to be enslaved like this. If you're out there right now and you're making content work on whatever scale that may be, there are levels to this game. I understand that. And you'd like to have some backup. You'd like to have some brothers, sisters, Z's and arms, some security without losing your shirt. Send your email to creators@louderwithcrowder.com and we'll talk. You want a partnership? Great. Can probably work something out. You want the security of being an employee? Could probably make that work too.
Notice
many
he's
ways-
shaking his head no when he said that. Just, I mean, I'm not doing the body reading thing, but some of these things are just leaping out at me. Some of them are leaping out at me. So this is what he's talking about. The water is warm here. He's actually testing the water to see how warm it is. How many people are going to reach out to him? How many big content creators, conservative content creators, are going to reach out and say, yeah, I'd like to be a part of that? Because he's not going to be interested. There'll be myriad, multitudinous content creators that'll reach out and say, hey, I want a shot. But he'll be interested in the biggest ones, of course. And since he's a conservative, he'll be interested in the non-white conservatives. So if you're a white guy, you might as well forget it. He's the white guy at the show. But he's white, right? But everyone else, it's going to be females, attractive females, even maybe some unattractive ones, and non-whites, especially black males. Those will be the big channels. All of these people, that will be what he's interested in. But that's the purpose here, is to test the waters. Are there enough people? I think that's what he's laid out for him. Am I going to go the direction of I'm just going to do Louder with Crowder with the Mug Club and live my life with whatever that income is? Or am I going to go ahead and build another network, a competing network? I hope he builds a network. Not because I would be part of it. He would never have me. But because a competing network will be good in various ways for the marketplace, especially since he's made the argument that this is about servicing the clientele. And as long as that sort of echo will resound for a while, and the audience will have to be placated, am I being served properly? Is this really about America? And that would create a competition between these different financiers who are not giving a damn about the country or the West. It's business for them. And but they will do the least amount that they have to and say whatever they have to you to get your dollars. And let me see, I saw somebody here. Ezra says, you aren't wrong about Crowder, but was suggesting they changed their business model so their revenue wasn't relying on big tech companies. Yes, I was saying that a little earlier. Perhaps you missed it, or I just wasn't clear enough. And by the way, folks, tag me as No White Guilt, and you can financially gift at the aforementioned locations. And as we get closer toward the end of this video, I will jump in with more of your questions and financial gifts. And I will give you the two items that are really important, the most important things about that we need to know about this conflict, what's taking place here. But what I was saying was that Daily Wire needs to be using whatever dollars for R&D, creating their own platform. It needs to be visible. Goals need to be set, visible goals, mile markers. Those goals need to be met for the audience to see and experience that there are alternatives to YouTube, that there are alternatives that they are creating to TikTok or whatever it is. And that these content creators, people like Crowder, on those platforms will be able to say whatever they want. Of course, whatever they want really is whatever Daily Wire will allow them to say, which I'm sure you're not going to be allowed to criticize a little country in the Middle East at Daily Wire ever, even where criticism is warranted. Having said that, though, the tools of big tech, the YouTubes and the etc., that you need to be able to use those tools to make those dollars. And if you can't use those tools, you can't make those dollars. That's not revenue coming in for Daily Wire. So it just makes sense. It's lousy. It's unfortunate, but that's why you're building this alternative. Now, if Daily Wire is not building an alternative, or if they just tell you, hey, Don't worry about it, folks. We're building an alternative. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We got it going on over here. We're building the alternative over here. If they say that, and you're not seeing mile markers, you're not seeing expectations for when this will be done and that will be done, and you'll have incremental rollouts of different parts of the software and your ability to use that and be on their platforms without having to go to YouTube or TikTok or Facebook or whatever it is. If you're not seeing that, they're just making the claim, it's not happening. You've got to see it, and they should know that. They would know that. So if it's not being done, then that means that potentially they really don't care to do that. And I would think that economically for them, since it is an economic question, for all of these Con Inc. financiers, all of them, and you could talk about Wilkes Brothers, you could talk about Koch brothers, you could talk about, we could go on and on. Those are just exercises in memory. And I know that people like that. And they're like, show me some memory. Recite all of the different Con Inc. financiers that you know. No, that's a waste of your time. It's a waste of my time. I'm too mature for that. These people are anti-white. And for them, the bottom line is what matters. The dollars is what matters. And there might be like a little quirk here or there that they're interested in. You know, maybe they were silenced as a youth at class, and so they've grown up and they've had this in them, and they're like, I think that children at university should be able to speak. And that's like the one thing you can identify with, but everything else they're anti-white on. Like, you should be able to speak as long as it's anti-white. Okay? I would think that they would rather not spend money on big platforms, alternative to YouTube, for example, and R&D on that, big platforms, and instead just take that money to build up their ability to advertise their talent, to build probably studios around the country and maybe North America, to be able to service content creators everywhere in-house. I would think that they would rather do that. So you got to keep your eyes open for that. Which would tell you what? That they're interested in the bottom dollar.
Work on whatever scale that may be. There are levels to this game. I understand that. And you'd like to have some backup. You'd like to have some brothers, sisters, Z's and arms, some security without losing your shirt. Send your email to creators@louderwithcrowder.com and we'll talk. You want a partnership? Great. Can probably work something out. You want the security of being an employee? Could probably make that work too. There are many ways to skin this cat.
Isn't that
and you know
weird?
what?
Are y'all seeing that? You want to be a content creator?
Crowder.com and we'll talk. You want a partnership? Great.
You want a partnership? Great.
Can probably work something out.
And he looks away. We could probably work something out. That means that if you're non-white and or female, then we could probably work something out. But I know that I'm lying to a great many of you. So not really interested, going to turn away. And then this one.
You want the security of being an employee? Could probably make that work too.
Look at all of the head shaking no. You want the security of being probably work that out as well. Would you believe somebody that's doing this? This used car that I'm selling, you'll probably run for about, another 100,000 miles at least. Would you believe that?
There are many ways to skin this cat. And you know what? If Mug Club or whatever network it becomes isn't for you, if this isn't the right home for you, we have lawyers and representation who will negotiate your contract for you with anyone else out there.
No.
At half the market rate.
No. That's nonsense. There could be tens of thousands of requests for help in dealing with different alt tech or firms, Big Con, or Con Inc., however you want to phrase it. So no, I don't believe that for a moment. That's more along the line of we're assessing client base, kind of a statement.
Why? Because I don't like this, and I'm going to.
And it's also another one of these, I'm the good guy. I'm looking out for you. I will help you with your contract. And then it's, well, there were so many, I couldn't get to all of them.
negotiate your contract for you with anyone else out there at half the market rate. Why? Because I don't like this, and I'm going to end this. We all need to end this together. I have plenty of friends. I could use a few enemies. There is strength in numbers. And if you watching right now, if you want...
Note again, I don't have to do this. I could just walk away. I'm going to end this.
On a network that you can...
That's an ambivalence about his objectives. He's got a couple of or more objectives, probably two, possible, I should say, routes or courses. And he's testing the waters himself to see how warm it is to determine which direction he wants to go.
Truly call your own. I just ask that you enter in your email at stopbigcon.com. Entering in your email makes you a signatory. It's a statement that you want not just Mug Club, but you want a network that does better. So it's either time for Mug Club to go big or it's time for me to go home. I can't change this all by myself. I really can't. And frankly, swimming upstream with just this one show, it's a futile endeavor. So either Mug Club grows and you start setting the standard for this movement, we right this ship, or you know what, I'll go back to doing maybe occasional videos, stand up. I don't need to do this. It's that simple. My life would be less complicated.
Which is it? If enough people are going to put me in charge of a new company, then I'll do it. That doesn't sound, it's incongruous. In fact, it's totally at odds with the statement of this is all about morality and for the country, statements he said earlier. If you all are not with me, then I'm just going to leave. If you all are not going to enthrone me as president of a new company, then I'm just going to walk. But this is all about the country. I want to do this for the people. Look at me, for God's sake. And we'll be talking about those two particular things that really shine a light on Crowder and little Benny Shapiro and Jeremy Boring and the rest of them, the Epoch Times, or the rest of these Con Inc. groups.
I just want you to think about this for a second. There's a reason that if you felt this way, let me put it this way, and I've heard feedback from you. If you feel in your gut that a lot of conservative content out there feels homogenous, feels sanitized, feels like they're missing some key points, there's a reason for that.
So this is true. And you've known this. And it's been true long before he came around. It's sanitized because the owners are anti-white. Because the guys and females who pay the salaries and who make the investments are anti-white. That's a big problem. And you should be getting a key over the course of this review about the two important things that I'm going to share on a much higher level than what folks are dealing with here in the sort of in the weeds contest. He's making a statement that you know is true. The content is sanitized. His content is sanitized. He won't say anti-whiteism ever.
There's a reason that you often find yourself asking, hey, I wonder why X won't talk about Y. And I now know any contract that I would have signed would have turned this into yet another softer radio show on video, littered with live reads for every sponsor that could be crammed into every single episode possible, devoid of the sketches, the change my mind type segments, the spontaneity, the levity that's made this show exactly what it is. Oh, and by the way, I was told would never work by the same powers that be. And the real reason the stakes are so high for us here, but me specifically, look, either I'm a break glass in case of emergency candidate here to start a network and to actually start helping people out there who don't enjoy the same luxuries that we do of being independent. Either that's my role moving forward, or this isn't for me.
Again.
And here's the thing. All at once, it kind of hit me. And I had to take some time, I hope you understand, to to really pray and contemplate this. And it hit me. After all of these years,
pray.
even after all this time, after all of you have voted with your dollar and your viewership and your support, you've shown what's possible in supporting this, the largest show in the conservative movement, bar none, just to be clear. And I don't often advertise that. I don't lead my show with that. I want the content to speak for itself. But I also realize that you need to understand you're a part of something bigger than maybe you realize. It's the biggest show in the movement, bar none. The last election night on Rumble, bigger numbers than any mainstream show on YouTube. That's significant. That's you. And while I'm grateful and humble, false humility it does you a disservice. But even after all this time, after all of you have voted with your dollar, with your viewership, with your support, after you've set records, it wasn't, and it's not, I should say in the present tense, it's not that the suits in charge of these places, Big Con, and these sites, these media companies, it's not that they still believe that this show can't work. It's not that they any longer believe that you don't exist. Those at the top, those pulling the strings in Big Con, are bothered precisely by the fact that you do.
That's it. That they're anti-white. Have you gotten the theme here? At least so far in this, the people who pay the money are anti-white. You got to contemplate. You got to come to grips with that. You also have to come to grips with the fact that this isn't like, he's not being unctuous. It's not like really smarmy, slimy salesman, but it's definitely facile. He knows exactly what to say. He's saying there, this is about, and it's his business is about selling you on the feeling like you are making a difference by buying his merch, by watching him on his show. When in reality, you're not doing anything. You're being entertained. You're making him wealthy. And nothing wrong about that. If you're entertained, so be it. Just don't think that you're making a difference in the world. Don't go around with your chest puffed out saying, I'm doing something different here. I look at this mug I purchased and I listen to Crowder daily. You're not doing anything by being entertained by his great jokes or his comical, whatever it is, buying his merch. You're not doing anything. But what he's doing is he's saying, your clientship is not just getting entertained. You are doing something bigger than that. Oh, you are saving America. Could you imagine if they tried that at your Mercedes dealership? I mean, they do that with electric cars, don't they? Yes, you're buying this piece of crap that no automobile should be electric, like a sewing machine. But this is for the world. That's all you're buying. This is what capitalism ultimately is. Most of the time they're saying to you, for example, like with cologne or perfume, that if you buy this cologne or perfume, you can be as handsome as the male model that we put on this video and lie down in the ocean as the waves break upon your six-pack. But no, you can't, right? Or they're telling you that something is missing in your life. And so you have to have this. And then if you have it, it won't be missing anymore. The new keychain. You know, that's what it is. Crowder has a little bit of an easier job. All Con Inc. has a bigger job because your country is actually going down the toilet. So they have something to point to, but they're not going to take you to the point where you can actually combat this, to where you can make a difference in the world. And guess what? You are the only one that's going to be able to make a difference. More hints for the two things that I'll be sharing in a moment.
They don't want a group of rebellious rabble-rousers who want to learn, fight like hell, and laugh together. You're of no value if you can't
Laugh together. I'll entertain you.
all be kept in line to some degree. I don't mean some master plan to eliminate you. Just subdue you a little bit. Just soften your edges a little bit.
Oh my God, please just stop.
Just play ball a little more so we can keep our content all monetized and keep having cocktails with those in charge of big tech. They want you to do that, and they're forcing many of the people you watch to do that. I can't do that. I can't do that. And I'm willing to bet that most of you watching right now can't do that.
We're going to be talking about the facts about what he can and cannot do, why he hasn't done it until now in just a moment as well.
Okay, you know what? No. Let me rephrase. Of course I could. Of course I could do that. I won't. I won't do that. And I'm willing to bet that most of you won't either. Let me know just how many of you won't. Enter in your email at stopbigcon.com. Now, I just need some time to figure out how to do this. The requirement for infrastructure is light years beyond what we would need for just this show. Some time to solve this puzzle as to how I can best.
Okay, that is an admission that others have been handling this for him. So his employers have been handling everything, all of these big issues that he's saying, I got to go light years to figure out. So that was a service provided to him to make him a personality that everybody knows who he is, and they want to show up and they want to listen to him on the drive to work or whatever it is, whenever he's streaming, whenever he's doing his thing.
And most efficiently accommodate you, and hopefully some time to restore my faith in a movement which frankly has been shaken by some, not all.
Oh, so prove it to me. Prove it to me, audience, clients. Sign up. Let me see how warm the water is. And again, I hope he does make a network.
There are a lot of good people in this movement, but some really bad actors among us. And rather than throw anyone under the bus or continue this long, drawn-out drama playing out in the public square, I'd rather focus on how to serve you, the only people who truly matter in this movement and to this company. And I would say to the future of this country, you, the average American who's watching, not the person who's creating the content and framing the.
I really like that, Elaine Sabatino. Cower with Crowder. That's good. Franklin said something a moment ago, too. I don't see it now. Maybe he'll write it again. That was really good.
Contracts. You, right now, at home, in your car, in your truck, wherever you are.
You.
Hands on the wheel.
Is he going through puberty? He looks older. He's a healthy lad.
So in the interim, as I figure this out, pardon my dust. I'll still be on my social media pages. The silence is over now. I know I've been sort of gone to radio silence. I'll still be doing stand-up shows that you can always check out at louderwithcrowder.com/tour. I'll actually probably do some more of those. I think I'm in Kentucky February.
Will you all share the URL in your circles of influence of this show? Say, and write with the URL. We are live now. Really interesting insights. It's gonna be an action item. Really interesting insights, not heard elsewhere, and empowering me. Just something short, like a little live now. Really interesting insights, unpacking the Crowder and Daily Wire conflict. I would appreciate it, and so would the people that end up seeing what you share with them.
10th, you can go and check it out. I may even upload the occasional video. I don't know. Also, I don't really do a lot of press. The last time I did it was, I think, the Vox Apocalypse, because I just do this show. And for the first time in a while, I'll make myself available. I'll talk about this. So anyone who wants to learn more, anyone who has the balls to talk about this, isn't afraid from the backlash of maybe not getting the guests from the people who want to try and pinch us, you can send an email to media@louderwithcrowder.com and send in your inquiries here. I'll make myself available to talk about this. Now, if
he's not going to make himself available to anybody, if you're a content creator, small content creator, and if you're female or non-white, give it a go, and he might come and to your channel, and suddenly you'll have tons of subs. But that's not going to happen for your average white guy.
If we are going to keep doing this, we need to do it right. And I need to do this in a way that does right by you, because you are the future of this country. You are the catalyst for change, not some major media company, not some guy in a boardroom figuring out ways to sell you more reverse mortgages, gold, or fucking pocket catheters. It's you. It's always been you. Those in Big Con would do well to not lose sight of that. So I want to be clear. Make no mistake. The liberals out there filming.
Make no mistake. When he just insulted those companies selling those things, that he will take a completely different position when they're paying him for the ad read. So the way he just said what he just said is for you. One of the good things that you could do is you could watch where I'm explaining things like this, and maybe even copy it And then if I say any naughty words that you don't think would be appropriate for your children, cut them out. But then let your kids hear what I have to say, especially your sons, because we need white boys to become white men. So they need to understand the world. You're not a man by being duped by people who are grifting off of the angst, the terror, the gang rape, Western civilization being burnt to the ground, etc. You're not a Western man by doing it. You're not a Western man by driving in your pickup truck and listening to somebody who's not actually going to identify the source on which, the place on which we are being attacked. You cannot succeed if you defend everywhere that you're not actually being attacked.
At the mouth. This is not me turning against conservatism or an incident of friendly fire at all. Everything that I've ever stood for, I'm standing for now. It's precisely because I believe what I say that I'm doing this. And by the way, too many of these people aren't our friends. So this is the last call to those conservative businesses in on the big con.
There's not a song.
You have a chance. Join me in making this right. You know you've lost your way. It's never too late to correct the course. We can all work together and fix this. It doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way. There's no reason that it is this way.
No reason.
I don't know why.
I don't know.
I've tried to get an answer. I don't understand it. It doesn't have to be this way. Let's all reset and do it right.
Or maybe I should do it differently.
And if not, hey, I'll do it without you.
He'll do it without you.
And Mug Club is coming for all of it.
Oh, is that what he said?
The viewers and the talent.
Again, with the contradictory statements about I'm going, I don't need this, and then I'm coming for it all. I'm going to conquer. I'm going to plant my flag upon the mountain's top of Benny Shapiro's head, metaphorically. That to me says that he is driven by emotion. This contradiction of statements, he's driven by emotion, anger for his treatment. We're going to be right there in one moment about his treatment and what might actually be motivating him, what I believe actually is. So stick around, share with your friends. 0022 says, good point, no one killed. Ivan says, Steven Crowder is not a happy warrior. He's a nervous housewife. Victorian time traveler, I cannot respect someone who has a team of people writing jokes for him. I'm sick of how fake everyone seems to be. Elaine Sabatino says, thanks. Yeah, I tell some of the best jokes, and I'm no stand-up comedian by any means like he is. But these when you have like a big panel of people on your show, you have and that's all I've ever seen. Maybe he does something different, but you have them there to laugh, to guffaw at the things that you say, and then you are there to guffaw at the things they say. Why is that? Because it functions the exact same way as a laugh track. Have you ever watched a comedy show with the laugh track removed and then discovered, oh my God, none of this is funny, or almost none of it is funny?
Now, to everyone else, everyone who's watched, listened, paid attention in any way, either right now or throughout the years, I just ask that you join me in letting them know that there are far more of us, far more of you than of them. Demand
It's an us against them scenario that he's creating.
And change, demand better, be a signatory. That's what this is. It's not just entering in your email. It's letting these people know that.
And make no mistake, there is an us versus them. It's an us versus the anti-white oligarchs. And when you go free, you have everything. You have the tools that actually win for you in your life, for your children, for those you love. When you go with Crowder, you still get these chicanes in the road. Can't talk about this. You can't go there, etc.
Big con. That you want something different, that you require better. Because you know what? I am going to march into these people's offices, these nameless, faceless people's offices, with your declaration and the number of you who exist, those in Big Con are personally going to know just how many of you are equally pissed. You and the number of you out there are officially going to be their report card, not a handful of old money billionaires, not career, political, and nonprofit lobbyists. You're a signatory. This is their report card, and all of you are the reckoning.
Okay, so that was a total misdirection. You sign up here, and I take this to them to show that you object to them controlling our speech. He's not doing that. He's not going to do, I mean, he might do like a grandstanding thing, like carry an actual document and videotape it where he goes to their headquarters and knocks on the door or whatever. But your participation by way of saying you'll become a Mug Club member, you want to be a content creator, you want to interview him, that's all about testing the waters.
And if enough of you draft me, fine, I'll be your instrument. Otherwise, what are we doing here? StopBigCon.com. Please enter in your email, comment below, hit the like, all of that, because it helps the algorithm, and you make sure that they see this. And stay tuned. It's probably going to be a little bit of a bumpy ride.
All right. So he invoked Christianity, and we see a lot of that these days. This attempt to use Christianity, and by that I mean Christians, to use Christians. This is all, I'm going to get down on my knees and I'm going to pray about this. This is an attempt to use Christians as a ready-made fan base, user base, client base to support his objective, to support what they want to do. We found a good place to, that's pretty good, because he's making his appeal there with a handout. So it's convenient Christianity. And you see a lot of people do that these days, this convenient Christianity. They'll even say things, some content creators out there who are the things that are obviously enormously offensive or objectionable, just plain wrong, and it's certainly inopportune in normal society, and not also going to do you any good if you repeat those things. And then they will conveniently use Christianity, the body of Jesus Christ, as their corpse when people get angry with them. Oh no, it's just, I'm a Christian and love everybody. I'm going to get on my knees and pray about this. And it is a despicable, immoral thing to do, in my opinion. And people have built, and I don't know to what degree he did this, but they have built followership by way of this false appeal to Christianity, and then this articulating of Christian nationalism, which has never gone anywhere for infinite reasons and has already been defeated by the anti-white. So pick up a vehicle that's already lost. That makes sense. And so why would you even recommend it? He's obviously recommending it because it's a convenient way to bring you into the fold and to make this a crusade on behalf of him. Think about this, Crowder had not been saying anything about this publicly. He has been over 10 years, and let's just say like 8 of them he knew. How many years do you think it would take for him to figure out, dealing with people who are paying him large sums of money, that they don't actually care about conservatism, nationalism, patriotism, jingoism, that they don't actually care about these things? How long? It probably not a long time. He's a smart guy. So he's figured it out. So why didn't he tell you then? His speech was limited. He couldn't say anything. He couldn't contradict the anti-white narrative on every level, and specifically the one level that's the most important level, which is that this is about victimizing white people, that harms white people and all good people of all immutable characteristics. He can't do that. He hasn't done it, even though he knew that the financiers were not conservatives, nationalists, patriots, as you and I would define them. Why? Because he was being paid enough. And so that brings us to October 2022, when he allowed prior to that, he allowed his deal that he had with the Blaze to expire. And I don't know that anybody knows. If they do, perhaps if you know, you can share with me in the live chat or in the thread afterward. You can share what went wrong at the Blaze. But it was almost certainly a money issue. Why do I know that? Because he's not talking about it. Money is going to be the last thing he's going to talk about if that's his real motivator or if it has anything to do with the consideration. He's not gone and made up another story about the Blaze, saying that he wasn't allowed to talk too much. He wasn't allowed to say too much. He wasn't allowed to give the real facts. And so he's leaving the Blaze. Why? Because he's using the same excuse against Daily Wire. And that would seem a little self-serving if everywhere he went, he made the same claim. I'm not allowed to say enough. The Blaze is not going to allow the content creators, the young content creators. God, we just got to protect all these young content creators, these parvenus who don't actually have not invested themselves and their time, have not paid their dues, but because of the way they look, the sex they are, the race they are, whatever it might be, have the river of fate flowing toward them. We got to really protect them so that they can say whatever they want to say, except not whatever they want to say. He's not saying that about the Blaze, unless somebody's going to correct me. No, he's saying it about these guys. So what happened in October? He received an offer from Jeremy Boring from Daily Wire. The offer is a business offer to be employed contractually with the Daily Wire, and it is the point at which discussion begins. What is your contract going to look like with us? I am inclined to believe here that Crowder thought his opportunity was with Daily Wire was much more lucrative. Maybe has evidence to demonstrate that he could make them a lot more money than they believe, or maybe he's become so enamored with himself, and this often happens when people. I understand that he's worked hard, but you can work your ass off to be a success, and we all know this, at something. You can actually be the best and not have it work out for you. That's just regrettably the way reality works. So if he didn't have the river of fate sort of flowing at him, then it wouldn't matter how hard he worked. So it's easy to imagine you could come to the conclusion that you're some sort of a special being and that nothing can go wrong when you have this energy, these numbers, these people coming at you. And the more people that come, the more people that find those numbers to be a legitimate metric of whether or not what's happening there is productive for our people, is productive for Western civilization. So he received an offer of, and perhaps you all probably know this already, I think it was $50 million for 4 years. Now, that was not his salary. That was not what he was going to be paid personally. That sum is for his team and production costs and himself, etc. And he, according to Jeremy Boring, I understand, wanted something much larger. I think something like 120 million. So 2 points that were so far apart that he found it personally insulting to begin the conversation there. And maybe also to a degree, since there are confidences between friends or among friends, and he claims to be good friends with the people at Daily Wire, that there are confidences, maybe the confidence that, hey, the people with the money and therefore those immediately working for them, like Ben Shapiro and Jeremy Boring, they're not terribly conservative. They're not terribly concerned about the USA. They're not terribly concerned about whatever your Western country might be, where the counterparts to the Benny Shapiros and the Jeremy Borings are working, right? And so we're keeping this confidence. And then you're going to do me wrong with this offer that's so far removed from what I believe I'm worth, that I'm totally insulted by this. He reached back out and he said to Jeremy Boring, ostensibly, I wasn't there, I'm giving my opinion on other reports, so you have to investigate elsewhere, that he's not going to redline anything in the offer. He's just going to reject it in toto. No reason. Says what he's worth or whatever like this to Jeremy. They get off the phone. He registers bigcon.com and decides that he's probably going to go to war. The registering of the URL is a very simple thing, takes a minute. So decides he's going to go to war with these people who have so grossly insulted him. He's going to take it to them. He's going to take it to them how? He's going to start a competing company. If there is room for it, if people want to support it, if the numbers are there, he'll go to war against them and do what? Take their clients. He specifically said their clients and the best content creators. That's revenge. Those are words of vengeance, my friends. And vengeance is born out of passion, emotion, emotive thinking. That's what that is. So, if they had paid him what he wanted, if he called Jeremy back up on the phone and said, you know what, this is ridiculous. I'm not going to even consider this. I'm just rejecting it. This is what I think I'm worth. Jeremy gets off the phone. He calls him back and says, you know what? Okay, that's how much you're worth. We're not going to give you 120 million, which would have resulted in 30 million a month, as opposed to 12 million a month. Not going to do that. But we'll do 28 million a month. We're going to do a little less than this 120 million you want for the 4 years. Guess what? Suddenly, praying and Christianity wouldn't have mattered. Suddenly, the financiers and those immediately working for them, being anti-white, not actually caring about the country, but there to make a buck, there to make a dollar, more grifters out there at the top of conservatism, suddenly that wouldn't matter. How do we know? Because if that did matter, if it was because of this bigger moral picture, if it was for the crusade of the country and to save the country, if that's what it was all about, he would have said, you know what? I don't like this offer. I think I'm worth more. I'm going to redline some things. I'm going to put in some more money for myself. We'll send it back to you. And here's how it's going to work when I send it back to you. I know that when I'm taken off of places like YouTube or Facebook, that you are unable to bring revenue in from my content. I know that. So I'm going to be careful on these platforms. And then I'm going to reveal it all on your platform. I'm going to tell everybody watching on YouTube, I'm going to tell everybody watching on Facebook, hey, I've got a mealy mouth this here because we all know who runs big tech. But at Daily Wire, we're building something new. And if you want to hear what the real Steven Crowder wants to say, then you'll come and follow me over at Daily Wire, where you'll get the whole picture. Get behind that paywall, become a pay cuck or whatever they call those poor souls. Get behind that paywall, and then you'll get to hear it all. And once you're there, he'll be able to tell you, hey, the people running Daily Wire, they're all anti-white. You think he would? No, because he's getting enough money. So this is not a moral crusade. This isn't for the country. So why is he saying it? It's not about the small content creators, those little baby small content creators, the way they're born, and they get in front of especially the little dilettante girls. Oh, they're the best. They're the best. They show up and they're like, what do I say? You don't have to say much, honey. Just say anything. You're a pretty girl, and people naturally want to hear from you. The current of fate is heading your direction. So we'll give you a few things to say, and we'll make you a star. Just like they did in Hollywood. Just like they did on the big stage when they realized that different theaters could compete by claiming that they had special actors, the best actors. Everybody thought actors were prostitutes. And that's where this is going. And I can maybe give you, maybe a little bit later in the gathering, my prediction of what's going to happen with conservative podcasting and vlogging in the future. Not terribly distant. Maybe it'll be maybe the end of the decade. But it's going to happen. Because you can see the writing on the wall if you have eyes to see. It wasn't for these little dilettantes that he's stepping up and saying he's doing this. Because if it was, as I said earlier, 2 times, all he would have to say is, hey, Jeremy, I want to protect the newbies out there, the tyros. I want them to not have these onerous restrictions. And so I will take $1 million less for a contractual agreement that you won't do this to anybody. 10 million less for a contractual agreement that you won't do this to anybody. No. Why didn't he do that? Because the money, because of what he feels he's worth. Now, when he says it's not about the money, he might be honest with himself there. He might say that, I already have a great car. I could use another one, but I got a great 3 or 4 cars. I already got a great house. I could use some more. I could use some better vacations, but I really could get by on this. So it's not the money. The money is the value that's not monetized, that's being placed on him, that he is finding insulting, too insulting to tolerate, too insulting to not go to war against these people. Ultimately, this is a good thing for all of us. It's a good thing if he does make another network. It's a good thing for all of us when those who know go at odds with each other. Because why? Those who want to know, those who want to make a change, benefit from the battle that takes place. We need a bigger battle, if anything, between Daily Wire and Steven Crowder and all of these, the Blaze, all these different platforms. We need a bigger battle between and among them so that more information leaks out, so that so many of these people out there who can't get it, who just don't understand, so many of those folks will finally understand. Let me see what else I have here. Okay. So, what is he doing? What are these claims about? We're doing this for the dilettantes who are just up and coming, and we want to protect them. I want to protect them from this. What about these claims that it's for the country? What about this claims that he's going to pray to God for these people and these moral pleas as a beggar, as a suppliant at the foot of, not of individuals, but of the actual capitalistic machinery, which of course has no effect on capitalistic machinery. Please do this because it's the right thing to do. What are these pleas for? I've been alluding to it and saying directly over the course of the review. It is for you. You, my friends, are the product here. He wants you to leave, and he said as much. He wants you to leave Daily Wire and The Blaze and these others. He wants you to leave them and to become a supporter of his so that he can be the individual in power. It's the exact same thing that happened, for example, with Elon Musk and Twitter. Elon Musk wanted to be able to speak on Twitter as a uncontestable billionaire mastermind, shouldn't have his tongue restrained at any point or have to concern himself with that whatsoever. So he made the argument about the First Amendment. And we saw what has happened with freedom of speech. It's not so free as you thought it was going to be on the little blue bird. The algorithms aren't as free as you thought they would be on the little blue bird. Same sort of mission magnifying to recruit you that Kanye West, did. It was all about his tantrum with his wife and a grievance that he has with people who write contracts that even though they made him 2 times over billionaire, they still took a pretty penny for themselves. So he tried to magnify his battle to ensnare you all to help him with his personal battle. The exact opposite has happened here with me and Going Free all along. And you see what it brings me in the numbers of people that show up. You all not you specifically, but the general white sympathetic sphere is being absolutely led around by the nose by these conservative content creators. And so here's what I'm going to share. I'm going to look at your super chat or financial gifts rather. And I'm going to look at your comments where you've tagged me. If you've tagged me and scrolled off, tag me again. I'm going to tell you the more important issue here. The more important issue, there are two of them. I'll give you the I guess they're almost equal importance. One is maybe a little bit more intangible for you. But the people you choose as your thought leaders, as your content creators, or your thought stimulators in the white sympathetic sphere, you're here because you're nationalistic, patriotic, you care about our norms, you want to preserve those things, you want to magnify those things. You want to bring much of that back that's been white erased, as we say, whether implicitly or explicitly. Your content creators receive super chats. And you see, not every single one, but the vast majority of them live on their super chats. So let me ask you, they pay their rent or mortgage, they pay their health care, which, by the way, is exorbitant when you're not part of a plan, as you perhaps know or know of somebody who had to buy health care on their own. Insurance for home and auto, renters insurance if they're renters, gasoline, which is through the roof, food, which is through the roof because of inflation. Do you see them receive enough in super chats to finance all of that? It's a genuine question. I'm asking you about what you really see. What you see pop up on that screen. The $20 here, the £2 there, the $3 hopping dollars over there. Is that enough to pay for their living? And when you realize it's not, you then have to ask yourself, who's paying the piper? Because it's not the audience. As Steven Crowder is pointing out, as this incident is revealing yet again for the white sympathetic sphere, for those who have the eyes to see and ears to hear, not a platitude, but a genuine truism that continues to hold its meaning, is that the financiers behind the scenes are the ones who are getting what they want out of your content creators, not you. Are you getting the truth from people who are living on dollars or pounds or whatever it might be? From people whom you'll never know, you'll never hear from, you'll never see? Really honestly think about that. Every single one of them who is being paid to live by people behind the scenes, whether they say that they have a paywall or not. Because you have to look at what ostensibly the claim is of the finance from a paywall, and then you have to vitiate that gross with the taxation that one has to pay on income earned in that fashion. It's extraordinary. It might as well be lottery winnings. They take almost all of it. So where's the money coming from? You have these content creators in the white sympathetic sphere, implicit and explicit, that are living on your super chats or financial gifts, and you see them receive $150 a show, $30 a show, $200 a show. Where's the rest of the money coming from? And what is it that these people want? Your little super chats, that's gum. Your little super chats, that's a trip to McDonald's or Burger King. Who are the financiers? And what you can see in Big Con Inc., is that the financiers being revealed here, by a tantrum throwing Steven Crowder because of how insulted he is by the offer made to him by Boring and Daily Wire is that the financiers are anti-white. Do you think it only holds true for the financiers, for the more, I don't know, sanitized arguments and platforms? Because if you do, you're very foolish. You can look at history and see different groups fall in the white sympathetic sphere, explicit groups, for example. And then you find out afterwards, sometimes years later, the person financing it, anti-white. Or several people, anti-white. You wonder why some groups suddenly grow. You wonder why some groups suddenly have the ability to reach here and there with very little effort, with destructive tools, with poor argumentation. It's the financiers behind the scenes. And if they're anti-white, why would they fund something that would benefit you? I do not use any financial gift or let me rephrase. I don't need any financial gift to live. I make my own money. Everything here is transparent. Everybody financially gifting is known. There are no big donors. I'm not able to say we're going to hold a conference somewhere because I've got a handful of big donors over here that just gave me $50,000. I don't have a handful of financial donors behind the scenes that say, here's a bunch of money, we're going to advertise you everywhere. We're going to hire people to tell everybody across the entire white sympathetic sphere about you and to laud you. With bloody knuckles and knees, I claw along the earth with you all. And we've made the biggest impact that has ever been made for our countries in the West and for our people. And that means our families and ourselves, the people we care about. You can see every single person financially gifting me. You can't see that with anyone else. Are you learning the lesson that you need to learn about this conflict between Crowder and Daily Wire? Are you going to continue to bend a knee to admonitions, to imperatives, to ideas, to behaviors, to acts? Are you going to continue to comply with that when you don't know where that's coming from? Do you honestly think that the tongues and the decisions of Steven Crowder or the people at Daily Wire, that it's only their tongues that are tied and doing the bidding of those who finance them? Don't be such a fool. The real irony is you see all of my financial gifts. We read them all. I don't need them to live on. People financially gift me because they want me to be happy. I don't need them to live on. And I was serving to my absolute impoverishment, white well-being over the course of my life. The irony is that you have people who follow those out there who are receiving money from unseen hands that will come here, who will make arguments about us being grifters, about it being all about the money, when it's the people financially gifting can be seen here. Here's the other thing that's really big that you need to know. The other meta point. I said there were two. This is the other enormous thing that you have to see. You cannot compete. And this is something that an argument I began making a long time ago, because how my mind works. Because I'm here to actually win for white well-being, for our countries, for everyone of every immutable characteristic, to have a good life, an honorable life, a fair life, a safe life. So I evaluated for many years myself, and I submitted myself to the education and intelligence of others. And I was able to determine you cannot compete in a system that inside of a system that anti-white oligarchs control. You cannot compete inside of a system where the anti-white oligarchs can make the money. Do you understand the profundity of that statement? You cannot compete with dollars. That means you cannot compete with violence. You cannot compete with votes. You cannot compete with creative arguments within the anti-white narrative, attempting to turn back their ideology on themselves. Why? Because they can just outfinance you everywhere you go. They can buy more voters with advertising. You want to march in the streets? You think you're going to build an organization that's going to recruit men and you're going to march in the streets 10 abreast? They'll just pay them to oppose you. You won't be able to outbid the anti-white oligarchs. And before it even gets to the oligarchs that can actually print money legally, you're not going to be able to compete financially with anti-white oligarchs who are billionaires, centimillionaires out there. You're not going to be able to do it. Even if one began to get a little staggered, he would just recruit, get on the phone, and call in a bunch of his friends to come and help his cause. How might you say, well, Jason, how would they just buy the guys who would march in the streets? Well, they would just create another organization that would recruit the same people that would march in the streets. And they would just direct them someplace else if they wanted to do something that cumbersome. Because most likely they would just usurp control by way of their financial gifts to the group that was going to get you marching in the streets. So all of these efforts, when I've tried to be nice and tried to make it very simplistic over the years, saying that we can't recapture our destiny with voting or violence, it is all within the umbra of understanding that people with money and connections, and therefore power, and the ability to commit violence with impunity, have the checkmate at every single point. So when I have patiently listened over the years and been a good guy and patiently listened to people who, for whatever reasons, just could not understand that, say that we have to build some powerful organization to take this or take that or whatever, I've done it with extreme patience. It sometimes broke in me because I know it can't be done. But I wanted a way that we could fight back, a way that we could actually defeat them, a way that we could use their power as our power, not in the judo sense that you misdirect them, that you deflect their energy, but that you actually turn it against them, because that is the only genius thing that can be done to win for our people, for our countries, and for everybody of all immutable characteristics that lives therein. Their efforts are psychological warfare. And so we designed the psychological defense because I knew that to manipulate you, they have to program you. And to program you, they have to talk to you. And to talk to you, they have to know the language that you use. And if you use concepts that turn their wealth and power and energy into your wealth and power and energy, if you use concepts that take their moral imperative and supplant it with our moral imperative, when they come to talk to us, which they yet have to do, but not forever, as you can see in South Africa, they enthrone us. Nothing like this has ever been done. The Go Free method is the psychological defense for the psychological warfare that is waged against us, that has destroyed Western civilization. And all you have to do is learn the concepts therein, use them in your life, because those conversations are the battlefield, not the streets, not the picket line, not 10 men marching abreast down the city streets. The battles are your conversations. Conversations in your own head, conversations with your peers, conversations with your parents, with your children, with your relatives, with strangers. That's where the battle takes place. Because the only place that these people can't get, with all their wealth and power, to wipe us out are in those intimate moments for now. So if you go on out there thinking you're going to grab a Crowder mug and you're going to make a big difference in the world, or you're going to financially gift somebody running for Senate or something that's going to tell you what you want to hear and then fall in line once he or she is in office, if you're going to continue to entertain vehicles and strategies that have already been beaten, that I just demonstrated to you, cannot win under any circumstance, you are a damn fool. And you will absolutely see and be a part of the end of our once heroic, glorious people. I'm going to take a short break. We'll look at your comments when I come back. All right, let's keep this rolling. Let me know that you can hear me all right. I saw a little bit of flickering over here, so I hope it's doing fine. That was a great Imminent Rain, Luke Mason. His song Merchant of Shame about Gorthang in my rewriting of Prometheus in my book Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny. He is making a 9-song album to tell the story. He's got one more song to make, and very excited about that. Looking forward to it. Andrei Moisejev is writing a symphony to tell the story of Prometheus Rising. Take Back Your Destiny. Looking very forward to each incremental creation of that. It has inspired many works of art, and we're looking forward to it bringing in more of our most talented and intelligent members of our race that we are busy making into a people. So let me see what you all have to say. And very interesting, this subject. I'm happy that it's happening. I hope Crowder goes on to make his alternative platform, and that there are more feuds to come in the future. That's what we need. We need more feuds. You know that you're being sold a bill of goods when there are no feuds, because that means the financiers, the anti-white financiers, are getting what they want. They're happy with each other, and without cracks, nothing can break. So God bless Steven Crowder and his effort. Whatever's motivating him, like I said earlier on, I don't know how much he loves the country, loves Western civilization, how he even defines those things. Maybe there's a sizable amount there. I'm reading from what I can see here on the surface. And I'm sure there are places where I'm a little off, but I believe that I'm largely correct. So let me see what you all are having to say. Great to see Hyperborean Jim is here. And First Last is here. Zeb is here. Coconut, great to see you. So's the great Lunder down under. Mick O'Sullivan is here. Wonderful. Winged Productions, do you have a stratagem for talking to church folk? They seem to be in love with preaching outside our borders more than home. And that's anti-whiteism at work in the church. Yeah, I've had conversations with Christians that talk about, they say, well, we got to do this for these people in Peru, and we got to do that for these people in Guatemala, and we got to do this. And I said, do you realize that you are driving your assistants right by the houses of Americans, many of whom are white, and we need to become a people again and care about each other? You are flying those resources of help over the heads of millions of white people in the United States, in Canada, in wherever that need that help, in France that need that help, to people in foreign lands. Do you realize that? Why would you do that? Why would you walk right past a white family who needs the assistance, who is deserving poor, to give it to people thousands of miles away? Why is it morally superior to aid human beings when they're non-white than to aid them when they're white? Why is that morally superior? And they can't, of course, answer that. That's an argument you could take to Christian folks. They have gigantic charities, but Christians are not the only ones. There are other groups that are where no religion is present, and they're busily taking donations and from the vast majority of people, white folk, and then giving it around the world. You know what's interesting is that I've never witnessed even a single incident, although I'm sure there might be a single incident, but I've never witnessed a single incident of the people of, say, Saudi Arabia financing the poor in America, financing poor white people in Canada. Never seen that happen. Not just Saudi Arabia, but anywhere else. Japan's a wealthy country. They used to be a big economic powerhouse. They weren't financing the poor in the United States. White people, the poor white people in Poland, not a dime. Now perhaps there are some exceptions, but there is no rule. We don't see the same thing happening. And that is an action of anti-whiteism. It's not an action of Christianity. That is an act of anti-whiteism. McDonald says, do you tend to be on Crowder's side or Shapiro and Daily Wire, or more neutral? I dislike them both. And because neither one are going to talk about anti-whiteism. Thank you for the question. Neither one of them are going to talk about anti-whiteism. And that, of course, is the place we're being victimized. We're not being punched in the gut, where it's, we really want diversity. And if you breed us all together, then the diversity is gone. And I really want to be inundated with the cultures of Nigeria and Beirut. And if you homogenize us into one big, capitalist blob, then I can't enjoy Beirut culture. That's idiocy. That is misdirection. So, since they're not going to talk about that, that's what's at the stomach. The anti-whites, or the leftists that are not anti-white, or the wokies that are not. I mean, these people are imbecilic that say this. They're not after the homogenization. That's the stomach. That's where like a Shapiro is going to come block. The anti-whites are punching us in the face, where white people are, where white norms are, where white culture is, Western culture. That's where they're punching us. So if you don't say the problem is anti-whiteism and this retributive justice, that everything white and white created, or white adopted, white enjoyed, needs to be obliterated. If you don't object to that, then all of the protecting of your gut is not going to do a thing in the world. You're going to have no teeth, a broken jaw, a broken eye orbit, eyeball is going to be hanging out of your head, nose is going to be twisted upside down. But by God, you're just going to continue to protect these proxy positions. So that's what they do. Having said that, I enjoy them going at each other. I enjoy the tumult, not for tumult in and of itself, but because the contest reveals things for the average person, which unfortunately just can't reach. If I were a young pretty woman, we would have many thousands watching right now. If I were a black guy, we would have many, many, many thousands watching right now. If I came across a new channel with Kate called Lauren Chen, and she's had offers and been paid by every big conservative group in North America. They all, just about all, have gone after her at some point because she is a female. She's got clear skin. She can keep talking without having to pause for great lengths of time. She can say nationalist or patriotic things. And she is either, I don't know, she's non-white to some degree, white to some degree. So it's just automatically. Now, they want to use her, but it's not just that. It's that the observers, the clientele, the audience, that's what they want. That's where they're going to show up. So we need them to hear from people other than strong white males who are clean cut and have the phenotype of Germany. We need them to hear from people other than that, because I show up and they're like, no, thank you. No, I don't want any keen insight that makes everything clear from this German looking guy with his German surname. No. All right. Make sure you follow Luke Mason for his upcoming music here on YouTube as Imminent Rain. Over here and I'll get to your questions. Make sure you tag me as No White Guilt. And please, if you have questions, comments, maybe you disagree, do it respectfully. I will speak to them. And we're going to hit up the financial gifts. We have 2 on entropy. And let's get out some raucous emojis. 07s for the great slots. A true gentleman in service to white well-being. That is the kind of man that we attract here. He financially gifts 100 white well-being dollars. 100 white well-being dollars. God bless you, dear sir. That's magnificent. We really appreciate you. And he says with the $100, you are unparalleled in courage, matched with intelligence. Wow. That is very humbling. Thank you, sir. That means a lot coming from the great Slots. This guy who will, over the years, has financially gifted for people to celebrate them during the stream, has financially gifted to I can't, just name just slipping right now, screen name, lost his job, and then that hero was even financially gifting, and then Slots comes in and says, send all his money back. Here's his money plus more. And Slots is a working class guy who's been making his life and his earning better by way of the Go Free method. He is a living example of it. Man, God bless you, Slots. $100. You are unparalleled in courage matched with intelligence. Thank you deeply and dearly. We also have here the great Yiz, the Unifier, financially gifting $5. Thank you so much, dear sister. And with those white well-being dollars, she says, weekly folk tithe to say anyone who is big time like Crowder is going to be beholding to some measure of anti-white establishment control. Our goal is to use them, spread the white well-being lexicon dialectics, not save them. Keep pushing. The future is ours. Kip, and a little white heart emoji. Magnificently written, very well said, and totally accurate. We all of these content creators, like Elijah Schaefer, you have gotten him to say like 3 of the 5 key concepts on his programs. He won't have anything to do with me. People have reached out. I've reached out. Nothing of interest. In fact, he actually is doing a poll on Twitter begging, I guess, to have Dirty Fuentes returned to Twitter. And the poll says, do you want Fuentes unbanned? Yes or no, you are a gatekeeper. That's really what it says. So that's what's called a push poll. Once a result, manipulating you into an outcome. So we're not going to be able to save the vast majority or be able to make like a genuine, I mean, I would be happy to speak with him. I could do him a lot of good. But you know, here we are all this time, obviously legitimate, obviously not something that would immediately end his career. But there he is pushing Dirty Fuentes while ignoring us and the work that we're doing. But because of our genius, still getting him to better himself with our concepts. And that's what Yiz is talking about there. You know, the one guy who seems, at least from a distance, I don't know, you could tell me, Mark Dice seems legitimate. From a distance, Mark Dice seems legitimate. He probably is. Now, he wouldn't talk to me. I think maybe because he's a little too close, and then they'll be able to just say, "Oh, he's getting everything from these folks over here," and then take action against him. Probably, but I don't know for sure. I mean, maybe he'll be disrespected enough by this regime, these anti-whites, to finally say, "Screw it." But he might be the only one outside of, you know, what we're doing, of the big creators, of the big content creators out there. Seems like a good guy too. All right, over here on D-Live, we have Arctic Snow is over there. I don't see any. Okay, no. I'll come back and look at what you wrote. Right now, I'm looking for financial gifts. I want those people to have first front of the line. Okay. Nobody there on Odyssey, so we'll check Cash App. And we got the champs have shown up over here on Cash App. So you might have to get your raucous emojis ready. Get your raucous emojis out. You whip them around a little bit, get them all fired up, stir it up a little bit, get a blender, churn them up, set them loose. We're going to start, though, with White Student. I'm guessing this is White Student transmission from before. Are you just White Student now on YouTube? Financially gifting 10 US white well-being dollars. Put an end to these. Put an end to these anti-white oligarchs. And he says, sending white positive energy and a folk tithe, and clapping hands and a smiling face. The emojis over there, the smiling face, looks almost like a growling person. They should fix that. But it's cool. I know what it means. The smiling. Thank you so much, White Student Transmission, and wrote this book. I can't wait to get it. I'm going to check it out. I'm still going through that other book. The name is a little long. When I'm done with that, I will tell you all what I thought about that. The chief character seems to be modeled on yours truly to a degree. So it's very interesting. We have get out 007s before all this guy does, because it's not just the financial gifts. And the financial gifts from every $1, £1, whatever it is, 1 yen, all of it is very meaningful to me, because I know what it means as a working class person to spend that hard-earned money. But this guy does a lot more than financial gift. It is the one and only No White Guilt Clips. 007. 007s, please, and raucous emojis for this champion who soars among the clouds. I'm pretty sure when you don't actually have your eyes on him, he's like Neo streaking through the sky. No White Guilt Clips, 140 white well-being dollars. $140. And you see all of the financial gifts. There are no secret donors of No White Guilt and what we are doing, what I'm doing. 140 white well-being, 140. Let's take this to the end zone dollars. God bless you. Champ. What a champ. Maybe some flags for him as well. You can throw up stars and stripes, or since he's such a swashbuckling mastermind, some of the swashbuckling flags. God bless you. And we have Ace. Keep those raucous emojis going. We have the young lady. Ace is in with a $25 white well-being bucks. $25 financial gift. I'm grateful I'm grateful you are on the side of Western kind, she writes, talking about yours truly. Thank you so much, dear sister. Young lady financially gifting $25 and expressing the gratitude that I'm here burning the midnight oil. It's midnight somewhere. Burning the midnight oil with you all to make a difference in the world. And think about how this feels. Think about how this feels. How do you think I felt? I've been doing this. I wish I could tell you how pitiful my salary was working in the Nerve Center for Con Inc. in DC. But I've been doing this all of these decades. And as you know, committed my life to this at 11, 12 years of age, 12 really, I think. And then you see, oh my God, you know it's happening. But it's another thing when you hear about like a contract dispute. That wasn't really a contract yet, dispute. And they're like, 50 million? No, thank you. I'm so insulted. I'm going to wage war on you. The money, what I could do with that kind of money, if I were in Crowder's shoes with that kind of money coming in, I would have all of the best here who are giving their time without anything. Charity, I'd have all them employed if they wanted to be employed. And then I would have massive R&D. I would have whole panels at work all the time. Wouldn't just be the, how can I make myself more of an entertainer? How can I make myself a bigger of a personality? And I'm going to make the company I'm working for pay for it all. No, I would be taking my own dollars as I do now to make this happen, to make these things happen. It's because you know what I'm talking about. You immediately look at yourself and you're like, oh my God, look at how old I am. Look at how much time I have left. Look at the odds stacked against me. Look at the possibilities. It's just no billionaires are showing up. No centimillionaires are showing up. No decamillionaires even are showing up. It's just, you look at this and you're like, oh my God. Anyhow, Ace, God bless you. I really appreciate that. $25. And if you all want to know why some folks get the salutes and the raucous emojis, is because the $20 limit, we celebrate you. At $20 up, we celebrate you. Dr. I is back from last week. Thankfully, maybe I need to have Dr. I take a look at my vision, because even though it's perfect, things are blurry. Things are blurry. But Dr. I is back, this time with $10 US. I thank you very much, Dr. I. And he says, 07 to you and all in attendance. Very much appreciate that. You know what this means? 07s, because a musician has stepped up to the microphone and with the crispest dollar bills, counted out 101 US dollars, and it is none other but the great First Last. God bless you, brother. He's written an anthem. We'll play that again soon for white positivity. It was wonderful. He's in the future, he's going to write another one. He's doing great. He's working on different things. I can't say all the days working on things. It's magnificent to have him in service to white well-being. True champions coming out with their great talents. And in these cases, the world has given them all the reason in the world to just go hide away somewhere and not share their talent, not share their training, not share what they are intrinsically good at, because the world has chewed them up and spat them out. Most of them as white males, some of them white females, or white females who have had the white males in their lives ruined by the world, totally slanted in favor of everyone else, not for their benefit, but for the victimization of mostly white men, but white people in general. And to come out and say, I am going to bring my talents, time, and energy to this is a great, just, and moral thing to do. It takes good character. And we're very, very happy to have First Last, $101. And he says something that's near and dear to his heart. He writes with these $101, Dvorak keyboard layout. He loves the Dvorak keyboard layout. And I think somebody in the live chat has purchased Dvorak keyboard because of First Last. And I think finally we have here, and we'll get to your comments, the Go Free lesson of the day. We will have calls. If you would like to call in, you can do so on Skype. We have, I love Jesus Christ. A bow to you, dear lady. $10 financial gift. Many bows to you. And she writes with those beautiful, I love Jesus Christ, dollars for white well-being. And for which we're truly grateful. Actually, we're not done looking this direction, but we are almost done. The great Brant Danger is with us. He is the Dean of School of the West. Have you ever heard of it? Why not? He is going to provide you with the link to that location, and you can head on over there and check out what is School of the West. It is one of the most noble things that you can do with your life, is to participate and support that great work. Dean Danger, he's here. He is stratospheric. He's doing the good Lord's work. God bless you, sir. We have first last. It seems like there might be a bit of a bidding contest here, because first last has come back with another 41 US dollars, bringing his total to $142 in financial gift. $142 financial gift. God bless you, man. He says, Clips is not going to outdo me with $140. I'm coming in at 142. He's probably kicking himself because he wanted to come in just at 141. But God bless you, man. That's fantastic. That's the kind of competition we have. It needs to be with flyering. It needs to be with the GFCs trying to outdo each other. It needs to be with the outreach teams trying to outdo each other. It needs to be, this is what we need to do. This is how we are able to work together and have this competition that pushes us. And every strong team, whether it's in business or sports, scouting, whatever it might be, military, this is how they do better. This is how they get better, by pushing each other in the areas that benefit the whole. So God bless you, man. He's like, hold on. He counted out those first dollars, and then he starts digging in the pockets. Pulls out a kazoo, pulls out a harmonica. He's got like 38 harmonicas. They're all different. I had no idea. He could play them all. Remarkable talent. We have Art Acrobats coming in. Great to see you, good brother, and thank you as always. $3.14 financially gifting pie. And I'm hungry, actually. So now I'm thinking about pie. $3.14 from Art Acrobats. He says, everyone use hashtags, hashtag no white guilt, hashtag anti-whiteism. So we could look at this as an action item. Use the hashtags no white guilt and hashtag anti-whiteism, maybe on YouTube, Twitter, Gab. And don't forget, obviously, to push me and what we're doing here. If you can't push the guy who celebrates, who's like, hey, everybody, let's celebrate this person for doing something amazing, then how could you push anyone else? How could you promulgate anybody else? And y'all have. I've seen folks talk about Jared Taylor. He's a great guy. I've been friends with him since I was, I think, 19. And other folks, unsavory folks, push them as though they have descended from on high, maybe even being carried by Moses. And they're like, this person. And everybody's like, really? Should I listen to that person? And then the person is just this sexually confused or monster attracted to animals or whatever they've been over the years. And they have nothing of any value to say. They have novelty takes. Novelty take. And then you take it out and you burn your reputation with it. Gifting pie, and then also an action item of value. I appreciate that. Art Acrobats, ladies and gentlemen. Been here for a good long time. Zeb says, build a community. Simple. But that's the problem. We are generally individuals as opposed to every other group. This is why we can create so much and lose it all. So true. Genetically, it seems that we are predisposed to radical individualism. And that's why we never have to be worried. I know there are a lot of like libertarians out there and different stripes, different varieties. I know there are a number of different names for them now. I really don't care. But they have this concern. They're like this hyper focus on this individualism. That's not going anywhere. That's like claiming that our white skin, as long as we just continue to reproduce with each other, is suddenly going to disappear. It's not going anywhere. It's genetic. So since it's, at least in my opinion, it's genetic, check with some anti-white geneticists and they will tell you the right thing about DNA. But that's my opinion. That's what I believe I observe. So that's why we can encourage collective action, collective beliefs, etc. We don't ever have to worry about becoming like some other groups out there who, if not incessantly hit upon the head with individualistic ideology, and certainly tempted at all with collective empowerment, are just going to like lose all of their identities overnight and become a single group. We need that. We need to be able to not lose our identities, but to become a single group. We need to begin to see our individual well-being by way of our group's well-being. Or the white people who survive will be the ones who are able to do that. That's the bottom line. Great point. And the Go Free lexicon, I engineered the Go Free lexicon to force the users of the lexicon, with or without their knowledge, to argue for, with themselves and with others, their individual well-being by way of our group's well-being. This is the great power that the people who have infinite wealth, and there are such people, because when you are able to command or dominate or whatever it is, the production of currency, there's no end. There's no end to it. Currency backed up by killing you, there's no end to it. So you have to find another way to combat them. All the money in the world, all the attention in the world, all the glamour in the world for your leader, for your nationalist, patriot, jingoist, whatever it is, leader, ideology leader, all of that in the world, it cannot stand up against the power of the anti-white wealth. Not even hardly, not even remotely. In fact, it's so childish to think that you have a chance in the system that they created to empower them. It's so childish that it's actually it can be ineffable. You could sometimes I just look at them and I'm like, nothing can help that. So let's keep rolling. This Gentile gentleman is with us. Corey S. is here as well. A white student says now he wants pie as well. Who else do we have here? Johan is here. Wants it probably pronounced Johan. Pearl Lady is with us. Great to see, along with Cindy Ben. Welcome to both of these ladies. And just strolling through here to see if somebody tagged me and asked a question, made a comment. Jerome saying, God bless, no white guilt clips. Amen to that. Oh, I see. White student had to make a new profile. Got it, brother. And big thank you to Franklin for helping out Zeb, for getting that message to me. So thank you to Franklin. Violence is Life is with us. Wonderful to see you, dear sister. Mick is here. How is Mick doing? Irish Nick is here. Hyperborean Jim as well. Cool name there, Hyperborean Jim. I would bet that Irish Nick is probably one of the coolest of Nicks there is. Like if you had a group of friends and one of them was Irish Nick, that would be pretty badass. Seriously. I would be happy with that group of friends. Oh, you don't want to mess with us. Irish Nick is with us. Irish Nick is here today. All right, let's see. What do we have here? Whoa, get out your raucous emojis. We're got a couple more financial gifts over here on entropy, and then we're going to get started with the question widget, and we'll get on with the Go Free lesson of the day, and then we'll get ready for, we have some of your comments and that I will read, and your calls if you have any. We have here on D Live, looks like a Spartan says just donated a Oh, a diamond's worth of cryptocurrency over there at DLive. God bless you for that. Thank you so much. WUF, white unity first. Amen. Thank you for that. Little diamond's worth of points over on DLive. God bless you. Once again, able to take their cryptocurrency, at least for now. We'll see. And looks like we are okay over here on Odyssey. Didn't miss anybody. 07. You know, we should also make it 007s for this gentleman because he's like epically there and reliable. And maybe we're just going to start calling him $50. He's $50. In rap, didn't they have some moronic rapper called 50 Cent? Because I always love when people do, they put the singular there. And I'm like, why do you have moms? Why is your mother mom's, but you have 50 Cent? How are you getting that one wrong? You've got one mother, and that's 50 cents. Let's do this together. You know, you could say, what's your name? 50 Cent? Do you got a mother? Yeah, mom's is great. It's $50. Dude bro moment. 007. 007 dude bro moment. $50. God bless you, man. 50 bucks. What can we call dude bro moment? That's cool. God bless you, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Genuinely, thank you. What can we call him? 50. Should we call him $50? That's epic. Maybe somebody will have a name for you. That we could have a nickname for dude bro moment. I got to make another video. I made a video of dude bro moment. What was it? Thoughts or something with dude bro moment, whatever it was. It was funny. Maybe we'll do another one. And he says, as always, with those 50 beautiful white well-being baby dollars, white baby dollars, you know how when they're in their diapers and they don't have anything else on and they're kind of clumsy at walking, but they can do it. And they come waddling over at you with their big smile on their face and their big eyes. 50 of those white baby dollars. And he writes with it for white well-being. Epic, man. God bless you. Thank you so much. Aces. Is there an emoji that's like an ace card? Maybe we could do that. Can somebody find if there's an aces? Irish Nick talking about the 50 Cent and you have a mom's is anti-white logic. Yeah, it is. Rory says, I think I may have infinite wealth in my family. Bill Gates is the 12th great grandnephew of the wife on my 11th great granduncle. Whoa. That means you two are like this. That means you both are like this. You should just ring him up. Just ring him up and just say, hey, I got somebody for you to invest in. We're changing the world. Rory is like the most coruscatingly related person I have ever met. I mean, it's just like he's related to more known, heroic, wonderful people. I love it. And he's here. So it makes sense. You're in the right place, brother. 07s. Looks like Lacey is going to bed. A good night to you, dear sister. Sleep well. Sleep well. You can imbibe the rest of the great gathering today when you wake in the morning. Dude bro moment, ladies and gentlemen. And whoa. Wow. Slots has come in. Slots has just shown up. What's going on here? He says, I just saved $90 with a coupon code towards something I expected to pay more for. Might as well put it toward white well-being, bringing his total a 007 worthy salute to $190 of financial gift tonight. God bless you. Raucous emojis. Aces. Oh, yeah. Ivan says, yeah. Break out the aces. Aces 007 for the great slots. Oh, my gosh. We'll throw first last in there with his 142. Aces 007s for first last as well. My goodness. That is magnificent. God, slots. He's like one of the stories. He's a like in-house philosopher. He's one of the stories in this entire community that is perfect. God bless you, man. Thank you so much for being you and being here with us. Now, we had some name ideas, some nickname ideas, didn't we? Or did we? Where were they? For Dude Bro Moment. No, everything's not blurry on the screen. Dude Bro 50, says Franklin. Dude Bro 50. That does kind of work together. But isn't that what they used to call the police, right? The 50 for the 5-liter engines. Victorian time traveler likes $50. It's $50. Oh, Lunder says DB50. DB50 is pretty cool. It's DB50. Oh, Joe says Fiddy. 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 I don't know what dude bro moment will be happy with. $50. Ivan says, but tease 50. $50. He's $50. That's our dude bro moment. $50. We could combine them. $50. DB50. I don't know. That's cool. Aces. Thank you all for that. Victorian Time Traveler says DB50 is better. Corey says 50 is police. Hawaii 50, the show. That's right. Hawaii 50, says Jerome. Franklin says Secret Agent DB50. Ooh, that's cool. Secret Agent DB50. That is cool. Somebody save that. Secret Agent DB50. Coming in. All right. What do we have? Heidi is in the question widget. Hello, dear lady. Welcome to you. Thank you for being here. And we have, in just a moment, we're going to take a look at the lesson of the day. And we are going to be reading about, in the segment, uncovering your MPs. And we'll take a look at a little bit of that because there are, maybe you don't even understand MPs. And there are people who are certainly new and they want to know. Heidi says here in the question widget, I'm really glad you are discussing this. It was hard to determine the moralities of this drama. Thank you for covering it. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I really appreciate you saying that, especially because any like dilettantish girl could put this up on a thumbnail and she's going to have like 10,000 watch during the stream. You know, as soon as it's done, it'll be like a count of 10,000. So thank you. And she also writes here, you are my number one thought leader. Well, thank you for that as well. Every time I'm not sure how to feel about something, you explain it, and it's all very simple to me. I still won't have any surgery, though. Haha, but thank you. All right. No worries there. We do a prohibition on surgeries that Heidi is sharing. All right. Well, thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. It's a good thing she didn't follow it up like, you're my number one thought leader, like right behind that. What was the stand-up comedian that Sam something, the guy who used to scream all the time? Right above him. What was his last name? Was it Kenneth? No. What was his name? The guy who, went, all the time. And it was just like totally annoying. She's like, you are just right in front of him. When I can't get you, it's him. Kinnison. Oh, that is what it is. No, the one who was much more famous. The one who, yes, I think it's Kinison, Sam Kinison, who used to get up there. Is he still alive? Or did it finally like blow the vessels in his neck? All that stupid screaming. All right, we have a comment over here. Well, I'm definitely, my friend. Psychological warfare, indeed. Some good points here. Is written over there on Odyssey. I appreciate it. Thank you. Arctic Snow. How many sponsors do you? Is Arctic Snow a MENOT? I don't know. Let's see. They have no problem being on YouTube. He is not deplatformed, still on YouTube. Talking about Crowder, I guess. There are hundreds of people who have been kicked off from YouTube. Yes, that's true. He will never take a risk. Well, why would any sane person criticize the rest of the sentence? Why would any sane person criticize an entire group of people based on their birth? That's not sane. It's immoral to do that. And since I'm not a hypocrite, I wouldn't do that to anyone because I don't want that done to us. I came up in a world that was telling me that I'm bad and my siblings are bad or evil because white people at some point, somewhere, did something that it might be real, might not be real. They've been given all of the condemnation and none of the credit. But you, young man, young girl, young woman, you're going to pay for it. And I said, well, wait, this condemnation on the basis of my birth is abjectly immoral. So I'm definitely not going to do that to another group of people. It's as abjectly immoral to do to another group of people as it is to my people. It also, but more importantly, it's white negative. It's what we teach. And I encourage you, Snow Arctic, to take a look at take a look at the Go Free method, because we call that white negative speech. You cannot do good for white people if that's your goal. I know a lot of the people who have this, who are of this persuasion, if you will, this mindset, they don't have white well-being as the goal. And in fact, I have the great lovely Porge, a comment from him that I'm going to read shortly. So if that's not your goal, then you're kind of in the wrong place. We're not heading the same direction. If your goal is to bring negative attention to another group of people, and then you hope somehow down the road that might help white people, then no, we're not in the same boat together at all. We're not rowing in the same direction. So no, I'm never going to do that. Never have. I condemn people for being anti-white, and that's it. But it's also, as I say, being white negative, which puts you in their story and centers them in your life. There are repercussions for you psychologically, repercussions for you physically, repercussions for you spiritually that are tangible and visible with everyone that we look at who follows these sorts of course, this specific course, but that type of course. And they're all noxious. It's all pernicious. It's all harmful in every case for you. And it is harmful for our people, because you're never going to, as long as you say that white people, that their well-being is achievable and only achievable by way of another group's victimization, you are never going to get to our well-being, ever. It will never happen. More importantly, that is the meme pathogen. We're going to get into those right now in the anti-white narrative. So you are actually using the narrative designed to destroy you. That narrative states that you can't be healthy and well and a people and celebrate yourself without harming others. That in junior high school was what I stood up against. And I said, bravo, Sierra, to that. Don't conflate my people's well-being with victimizing another group of people or several other groups of people. So, and then staying on YouTube or staying on any of these other platforms is an artifact of several things at play at once, and does not mean that the person on YouTube or the people on YouTube or whoever's under consideration is controlled opposition. Or, I mean, it's a preposterous thing to conclude that, and maybe you're not concluding that. Maybe you're asking a question for a friend, but it's a preposterous thing to conclude that anybody who's on a platform owned by anti-whites that's like saying anybody who aced the test cheated, because that test was really hard. It's the exact same thing. That test was really hard and I failed it. So therefore, everybody who passed cheated. Think about that logic. I hope it benefits. Says, oh, I see. Spartan says with his financial gift of the diamond points over there at DLive, it says woof, the WF, woof, white unity first. He pronounces it WOOF. Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it. All right. Let's get into briefly, and we'll go back and look at your comments and financial gifts again, but we are at the bottom of the 8th hour on the East Coast of the United States, a big giant corporate entity that is, because anti-whiteism dominates and anti-whites dominate, inflicts injury across the West and utilizes the compliant anti-white governments across the West and entertainment industry, compliant anti-white entertainment industry across the West in every country to promulgate the filth of anti-whiteism. So let me just get, I think maybe we should, we'll go ahead and uncovering your MPs. This is on page 111, second edition, iteration 2, the book that I am reading into audiobook, and plan on making that available as soon as possible. It takes both courage and humility to identify and neutralize the MPs you are infected with. Introspection can be difficult. We must learn to see ourselves as we truly are, rather than as we would like to be. This forces us to face parts of ourselves that we would rather not face. We must be brave enough for self-criticism and humble enough to acknowledge that we have been bamboozled. That's really hard for a lot of people, especially people that feign that nobody can hurt me. They can't do anything to me. There are a lot of good patriot people who behave that way because they've been so victimized and they want to try to hide how they've been victimized. Diagnosing our MP infection can be made more difficult because it is possible to mask our symptoms. For example, if you are infected with the MP that, quote, Westmen are more destructive of the environment than other races, you may attempt to suppress this by speaking about all the good that Westmen and Western countries do for the planet. How many times have you caught yourself doing that or heard somebody doing that, right? You hear about, companies in the West are polluting. Well, let me tell you about all of the initiatives. We fund the replanting of the rainforest. And no, you've accepted the premise that the West destroys the natural environment. A mean pathogen, very easy to understand, MP for short, is an idea shared by anti-whites, news and entertainment media, universities, churches, that is deleterious, harmful for you as an individual and for us as a people, establishing premises in the societal conversation that makes it impossible for you to win for your well-being and our well-being as a people. Such behavior is akin to medications, which provide symptomatic relief. Just as suppressing the outward symptoms of a cold does not cure one's cold, efforts to suppress the symptoms of MPs are not the same as going free. Another great example of that is when folks begin reciting the crime statistics. We call the doom documenting. It's one way to doom document, is to cite all the crime statistics of another race. Let's explore the MPs you are infected with. Contemplate how many times during your reading of Level 1 you saw yourself in the examples and were shocked to find your own subconscious assumptions matching up with MPs, or your own experience revealed in anti-whiteism. Now remember, this is not magic. This is how the human animal learns, whether you believe we have a soul or not, and I believe we do. This is how it learns, how it stores, and where it lives the majority of its existence. Most people can identify 3 or 4 of the MPs with which they are infected. Those who are more perceptive will identify more. The following example of MPs are merely intended to get you thinking about which MPs you are infected with. Reflect on whether you have ever claimed, suspected, or agreed with any of the following MPs. Whites are awkward and clumsy. Blondes are dumb. Whites often succeed in educational, social, and professional settings because they unfairly support one another at the expense of non-whites. Whites are more likely to be intolerant of those not like themselves, whereas non-whites are more likely to be welcoming. Whites are responsible for slavery. White people have waged more wars, or waged them more cruelly than non-whites. White people are inherently disposed to persecuting and exploiting others. Whites are more callous and less sympathetic than non-whites. I actually want to just pause there, put a book on there, because we just saw, and I want to make a point to drive it home, and then maybe next Sunday we'll return to page 113 about the MPs that you are infected with. But I want you to think about the fact that we just reviewed Charlie Chion's epic video, What Are We Doing to White People? And he played a whole host of videos from anti-whites of maybe all races, I don't know. Maybe it wasn't all races, many races of folks. And those individuals were articulating some of these MPs in various forms. You can actually go back and find and see where the one anti-white, and that anti-white just happened to be a non-white girl. Whites are more callous and less sympathetic than non-whites. And I think she was talking about killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Your language demonstrates how evil you are. She learned this as well as you. The problem is, when you go to have a conversation with her, if you stay in the anti-white narrative, when she makes this statement, your subconscious mind, which lives the majority of your life for you, is going to agree with her, because you have learned it numerous times, several iterations over the course of your life, from people at those points in your life that you considered authorities, maybe teachers, maybe a professor, maybe a university, maybe politicians, maybe a pastor, maybe just an elder in the neighborhood. You learned that in various ways. The most powerful ways are the entertainment, where they show you white people, where they don't actually say these words. That's where the real power of psychological warfare rests, where they don't say these words, but they get you to say them for them. When they show you movies and books, and you read stories and books, back in the old day, radio programs, and they gave you a story where the white guys, the white army, the white people were the bad ones. The more uniform or totally white set of people were the villains. And when they waged war, it was bestial. It was absolutely bestial. You can think no further back than all the endless war movies that are made of World War II, where the Germans are portrayed as representing the white race, and they are savage. They just kill and rape and destroy everything. You imbibe that info. You see the good guys who are multiracial cast, and maybe American troops in this example, it'll be a multiracial cast. And they'll say, I know we want to act like that, but we're not going to be animals like them. And so you learn this. Whites are more callous and less sympathetic than non-whites. You learn that when whites wage war, they do it more cruelly than non-whites. Do you see the power of this? Then, after you've imbibed that at the movie theater, at home, or in the book, whatever, after you've imbibed that, you get into a conversation, nay, an argument with a rabid anti-white, non-white woman who was in that video clip that Chion was sharing with everyone in his video. And she says, whites are brutal when they wage war like nobody else, and they're less sympathetic, they're more callous. And you have in your subconscious mind memories of events that your subconscious mind cannot tell whether they're real or false, and concludes that they're real. That's why your pulse raced. That's why you sweated. That's why you got animated. The first person, as a consequence, that you argue with when you're having an argument with her in this scenario is yourself, because your conscious mind wants to interrupt. Your conscious mind wants to say to her, no. I've seen non-white people behave every bit as bad. Or I'm a history major and I've studied non-white people behaving every bit as bad. But the amount of history that you've studied or what you've seen in your life is infinitely weak and small by comparison to the thrilling moments of what your subconscious believes is the real world that you live through, where white people are cruel monsters, callous monsters. And so you have to argue with yourself first in order to have an argument with her. Well, where does that leave you? You lose the conversation every time. Folks who stay in the anti-white narrative lose every time. We teach you how to refield by using our concepts. It's very easy. Refield with our concepts where you have the moral imperative and you are circumventing the subconscious mind. We teach you with the practice over time to neutralize these MPs. You can't make them go away any more than you can make your knowledge of how to drive a car go away. But you can neutralize them with counter triggers. And that's what that is. I hope that was easy enough to understand. We'll come back to that actually next week. We will get into what was it going to be here? Yes. Page 204, out of the glossary, we're talking about the white positive community. The white positive community is a community of white positive individuals. In the context of going free, our white positive community refers to the going free community. The white positive sphere, the totality, is the totality of white positive individuals, ideas, communities, and entities. The white sympathetic sphere encompasses the white positive sphere. It having concern for the welfare means having concern for the welfare of Western kind. White sympathetic individuals who adopt a positive and constructive expression of their concern for Western kind by avoiding playing into the anti-white narrative are also white positive. The white sympathetic community is a community of white sympathetic individuals. White sympathetic sphere is the totality of white sympathetic individuals, or just white sympathetics. Ideas, communities, and entities, including all implicit and explicit white sympathetics, as well as white negative and white positive speech and behavior. So, you have the white sympathetic sphere. People who either implicitly or explicitly care about Western kind and our creation, meaning our culture, the countries we've created. Our culture being high and low fashion, high and low, etc. Although very little of the low comes from the white race anymore. You go further back in time and you get a little bit more of the low culture. You find more and more of it. So they have concern, care for that. They want to preserve it. They want to magnify it, etc. In the white sympathetic sphere, you have white sympathetic communities. They can be circled around political groups. They could be circled around various things, history preservation groups. In the white sympathetic sphere, you have different types of speech. You could have white negative speech, like we were just talking about, which is centering another group of people, speaking ill of another group, talking about their warts, what's awful about them, what you see is awful about them, and want to stereotype them, whether those stereotypes are something God would come down and say, yeah, that's true, or otherwise is immaterial for the definition of the word white negative. White positive speech is also in the white sympathetic sphere, and that is when you center us. You're focused on us. You allow outsiders to determine for themselves, will they be neutral and they're just going to be cogs in this machine out there in the world? Are they going to be white positive as well? Are they going to object to anti-whiteism, irrespective of their immutable characteristics? Or are they going to identify themselves with their words and actions as anti-white? You see, that's our story. When we are in our story, we have the moral imperative. The white positive sphere are those white positives, people who are doing that, centering us. And we are a specific white positive community. So I hope that makes a little bit more sense. If anybody has any questions, let me know, and I will speak to them. And then finally, we have the MP. White men are the real danger to society because they are mass shooters. A mean pathogen. So what do you do when you hear that? Have you heard that before? Have you had people say to you, the real threat to France are white men because they're mass shooters? You can fill in the blank with anything else that's horrible, because that's the thrust of the MP. That's the emphasis of the mean pathogen. White men are the real danger to Western civilization because they are terrorists, because they oppose anti-white agenda. White men are the real danger to Western civilization. This is what an anti-white would say, not objectively. They're the real threat to France because white males are the least likely to go along with the anti-white victimization of white males. So you hear this in numerous iterations. Have you been able to identify it, and what has been your response? We provide you suggestions, which we call meme curatives, the opposite of meme pathogens. And here's a suggestion to get you thinking. Blaming all whites for the crimes of individuals proves that you are anti-white. And we have some commentary. You can add that the anti-whites censor us from sharing our message of love, hope, and redemption with our people, men, women, and children, who are suffering from feelings of white noir, hopelessness, etc. In other words, if you're smart here, you're seeing what I'm doing in a conversation with an anti-white. Thus, if an individual white man or woman acts out violently, these are acts of despair, the blind acts of powerless victims striking back at the powerful oppressor by victimizing those that they can access. Therefore, any blood is not on our hands, is not on the hands of he or she who committed the atrocity, not just on their hands, but also on the hands of the anti-whites who prevented us from getting to these people. Remind yourself that hush crimes and hate hoaxes distort reality in favor of the anti-white narrative. Remind yourself that atrocities committed by whites not only harm their immediate victims, but create countless white victims, because anti-whites will use group responsibility as an excuse to victimize tens and even hundreds of thousands of whites on every level of society. Anti-white discrimination policies, laws, targeted harassment, and even the use of group responsibility as an excuse to justify assaulting, raping, and murdering white people, inciting countless anti-white attacks on innocent white people forever. So that is a couple of suggestions there for how to handle the MP that white men are the real danger. And you know, you've heard it a bunch of times. And what did you do? Be honest with yourself. What did you do when you heard it? Were you in the anti-white narrative and you had some sort of a flippant response that you thought enabled you to defeat, but you knew that nobody would consider you the victor of a conversation or argument with an anti-white making these meme pathogenic arguments? Did you go and walk away? That is not going to recapture our destiny, I'm sorry to say. But we will take a look now at entropy is good. I'll take a look at your comments. DLive is good. Bianca says, sup, dudes, on Odyssey. Take a look at Cash App, and we will take a look at the, oh my gosh. So we have over here, ladies and gentlemen, an uppage of the game again by the one and only First Last. First Last has decided to come in with another 007 financial gift, this time $49. $49. So his total is $191 white well-being $007. He is digging in those. You had no idea when he stepped up to that microphone that the pockets in that tuxedo were that deep. It's like a magician's cap. He just keeps pulling stuff out of the cap. It's like, what else do I got in here? 191 007 for the champ dollars. God bless you, First Last. That's gorgeous. Stepping up to the plate. He's gonna be the highest bidder today. Raucous emojis, cheering emojis, ace emojis. Where's the aces? Break out the aces. No furtive financial gifters here. Nobody behind the scenes getting what they want because they're paying the piper, and so they can call the tune. These are the folks, hardworking, blue and white collar artists and laborers and statisticians and surgeons and colonels and captains, etc. Patrolmen, they're here. They love us, and they want their destiny back. That's what we're doing. God bless you, man. I really appreciate that. Aces. Jerome says, that kind of contest is great for white well-being. Yeah, it's been it's like a horse race between First Last, Clips, and Sloths. Hollywood Isn't History is here. Great. That's one of our meme curatives, by the way. Fantastic. Hollywood Isn't History. And a big thank you to Biospirit of the West, who's been turning out some, I think it's you, turning out some memes. God bless you, good sir. And I've been sharing, I think they're yours, on Twitter. And a big thank you to everybody who's making memes. I want to remind people that when you make a meme for white well-being, whether it's funny or emotional, it's moving, whatever it is, it's in keeping with the practice of going free. You include two things: the website address, nowhiteguilt.org, or also the YouTube, but definitely the website address, maybe both. And then we would like to celebrate you. So somewhere in there that I can find when I pull it up, that it says like Biospirit of the West or whoever's making it, if you want to be celebrated and thanked for the meme. If you don't, I know that some people are ardent. We have outreach people who are just like, no, they don't want anybody to ever know who they are. And different things motivate people to be that way. So I'm fine with it. I want to meet you where you are and what you can do for white well-being. What's comfortable for you. So if you don't want anybody to know, if I see a meme that doesn't have a name on it to identify who created it, I'm going to assume you don't want to know, or you forgot, or you don't want us to know who did it, or you just forgot. But I'm not intentionally ignoring your work. I love it. I want to celebrate everybody who's doing things. That said, if you do want to remain anonymous, or maybe you don't want to put your name on that particular meme or whatever, then that's fine as well. But God bless everybody who are making great these great memes. They're fantastic, and I try to show them here at the beginning of the gathering. Oh, it looks like First Last is saying good night, hitting the straw. All right, brother. Sweet dreams of white well-being to you. All right. Let's get to some comments. And then, because we're approaching 9, I'm going to take a few calls. And thank you to everybody who has stuck with us to the 9 o'clock hour. We will absolutely be wrapping up by 9:30. We have here a comment from Joshua James Bell, who says at the 20-minute, 32-second mark on another video, ever since the divorce, PWR has become the Name Them podcast, and it has gone downhill, in Joshua's opinion, since Jason left. All they ever do is talk about JQ, and it's not as good as when Jason was there. He says he believes it will continue to go downhill until it becomes unwatchable. Well, I'm really sorry to hear that that's the case. And of course, my deepest hope is that it turns around, because that's what we do. We go out there and we redeem our brothers and sisters from terrible pursuits, immoral pursuits, and try to make their lives better, and then make them thereby more effective for white well-being, rather than bringing negative attention to another group of people, which doesn't benefit them or us. So I hope they can turn it around. By the way, Mark should have, if he doesn't already, he should have the picture of the two warbirds, Spitfire and Mustang, that I shared with you all. He should have that by now or very soon, as the parting gift of the work that we had done together, when and where that work was for white well-being and comported with my morality. Partridge Family Bus writes here, standing up for white folks without blaming it on the Jews is the first indication that perhaps you are sincere and can be trusted. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. I am, look at the record, miles and miles and miles long. So I absolutely am on the course for white well-being. I will never waver. And God bless you for that. Thank you. The great Lovely Porridge, folks, as you know, this brilliant man speaks up here. And he writes with this. He says, I'll try to make this my last comment on the issue. But something occurred to me. When Greg Johnson brought up Russia's persecution of white sympathetic groups, Mark brushed it off, claiming that they are just street gangs who want to kill non-whites, and Putin is correct to persecute them. I didn't see this this debate or conversation that they had. Lovely Porge says, this is a lie. Many have been imprisoned in Russia for simply opposing white erasure. But when Jason claimed that some WNs in the US are calling to kill non-whites, Mark is outraged and claims Jason is doing the work of the ADL. Yeah, that was real, and both accounts. But Jason was correct, and we have video evidence of them saying just that. We have it direct from Putin's mouth that he opposes Mark's race, Anglo, and opposes his ideology, white nationalism. And nonetheless, Mark celebrates Putin's conquest to denazify Ukraine, using hordes of non-white mercenaries who have brutalized many white children. White nationalists tell us, quote, it's not happening, and it's good that it is, because it will hurt America, close quote. Of course, Mark knows that Putin is not pro-white, but he will kid himself and his audience because he thinks it serves a grander purpose, to harm his enemy, the Anglo-Judaic Empire. Exactly as Jason has said, these people care more about harming another race than defending our own. It's a cult which is becoming more and more insular because they know how bad they sound outside their echo chambers. Quote, how dare you repeat the thing we just said? It makes us sound awful, unless you're agreeing with it, close quote. This week's PWR guest is Warren Baylog, who said that it's more important to be anti-Semitic than to be pro-white. And he said this on TG. I guess the show TG. That explains everything. Wow, he said that? It's more important to be anti-Semitic than pro-white? This is why they object to... What show is TG? This is why they object to Jason, who has for his entire life put our people first. It's a conflict of interests. This is why you see them glorifying the third world and cheering on the destruction of our civilization. If serving white well-being doesn't harm the jaywalkers, they say, to hell with white people. And they've more or less said that. They've made their moral compass clear, and our well-being is inconsequential. If anti-whiteism will get them closer to their goal, they will fully embrace it. And I'm afraid, I can't speak to the specific items that Porge is witness here, except for the one where I obviously have the video of a particular show for a particular party that was talking about murdering one at a time, watching all the light go out of their eyes, all homosexuals and Jews. And it's the same one that Warren represents. I didn't know this about him saying it's more important to be anti-Semitic than pro-white. But that's what I've witnessed over the years. So many of these people. And I just could not pull them out of that. Why bother to say that you care about white people if you really just want to bring negative attention or actual violence to other groups? And so for many of them, it just started looking like a real excuse to do that, to bring that violence. Does anybody know what the show TG is? Oh, Telegram. Maybe said it on Telegram. Sloth says. Yeah, maybe that's what it is on Telegram. I'm sure when Porge sees this, he'll probably write it in the thread. Alex is here. Great to see you. Janice Ridgway, hello and welcome. Buscape is with us. All right. Let's keep rolling. Sloth says, this goes to show you weren't straw manning their positions when they were openly against non-whites more than for white well-being. Precisely. Thank you for saying that. This is why, so many reasons why it's great to have sloths around. That, yeah, one of the arguments that they made to smear me was that I was straw manning. They didn't even know what straw man. I had a couple of them ask, straw man, do you know what that is? And no response. They have no idea. So they're using it wrong. But he's straw manning. And they just concluded if you just keep saying that, then the argument is won by them. And one of the things they would say was, they don't want to harm anybody. They don't want to harm anybody. So that's when I started I said, okay, you just want to bring negative attention to the jaywalkers. And then they couldn't get out of that. Then they were trapped. But case in point, it was a week later or whatever, after my comments of sick and tired of this being like the litmus test for whether or not you're going to be slandered, smeared, death threatened, etc. In the white sympathetic sphere, is whether or not you want to harm jaywalkers. And a week later, there they have a show behind a paywall, but everybody who pays can see it, or at least I think it was behind the paywall, where they're talking about kill every single one, homosexual and Jewish person, they ended up saying. And it was not a joke. They were not laughing, which would be, of course, a disgusting joke. There was no laughter. It was very serious, and it wasn't parodic in the sense of like they were being sort of self-parodic. Oh, I'm acting out the role that they think I am. No, that was not. No, it was like legit. So they're actually saying it, proving what I was saying, that you want to hurt these people rather than help white people. And it takes the great sloths to point that out. God bless you, brother. James here says, Mr. Chiong is a good example of how and why antique nationalism fails. He wouldn't and shouldn't make a video with over 1 million views that's sympathetic to jackboot-wearing meatheads who loathe his existence, but fellow human beings requesting merely that their right to live in peace and practice self-determination is something that all right-thinking people of any race can get behind. Yes, beautifully written there, precisely. Have the antags out there of the various stripes, Ant, Nat, and whatever else. Have any of them been trying to like own Charlie? Like it's because of us that he's pointing this out or anything of that nature? Cindy Ben, who's here tonight, wrote, great stream. Now I'm busy transcribing your brilliant comments to use in my article. I think I have enough, so you can stop making brilliant comments for the time being. Thank you, good sister. LOL. She writes, also, I've come across some reaction videos to the Charlie Chion video, and I keep seeing people say how there is only one race, the human race, blah, blah, blah. I promptly correct them and mention this channel. Hopefully, my comments don't disappear. Let's get some raucous emojis for Cindy Ben over there swashbuckling. So let's get her some swashbuckling flags, maybe some swords and shields, whatever it is that we do for the swashbucklers. If you're out there in the world, whether it's online or in the real world, with your physical body swashbuckling, we definitely want to recognize that. Thank you so much, Cindy. That's fantastic. We have the great Sloths here as well. He says, to my inner circle from before going free, I posted this saying that this is a spiritual episode. The first half of the stream, with all its irreverence for the victims, with the love for our people and severity of demeanor. It is a live, flesh and blood example of positivity. And that he's got to be talking about me and Aussie Mike. God bless you for that. Yep, together in love for our people. The Great Reptile writes here, Jason, you are on fire with a message this well delivered. Your outfit is irrelevant. I was asking people, would it be all right if I every now and again didn't do the shirt and tie? Besides, he says, the best and brightest are already here. It's so true, Reptile. Meanwhile, the average vague is cheering for that saltine idiot who streams in his pajamas. Try reaching them on their level. It's going to be tough to dumb it down that far. Yeah, I would need to be kicked in the head by a horse several times to finally get there. We have one final comment by the great Porridge. He writes, I think that most Black people would agree with you about that statue, talking about that MLK tribute statue, which is a monstrosity, and they'd be just as blunt about it. Quote, looks like a big ass pile of sheet, close quote. Non-whites can't freely project their biospirits under anti-whiteism because it is more important to repulse and offend white people than it is to honor non-white cultures. That is really a smart point to make. In the anti-white West, it is, I got to make calls. It's more important to offend white people than it is to honor their own culture. It's all used as fuel for hatred. Anti-whites will not pander to non-whites unless doing so. White anti-whites won't pander to them unless doing so harms white people. God bless you, brother. Thank you so much for that. We're going to get to the calls. And I didn't see Caleb here tonight, so we're going to go straight to Mr. V. Here we go.
Hello.
There he is, good sir. Promethean hails to you, and what's on your mind tonight?
Promethean hails, brother. Well, I would like to tell you about what we've been up to. So we did a GFC comedy movie night. So we watched a comedy movie. Folks weren't big fans of that one. It was The Naked Gun from the Files of Police Squad.
Oh, yeah.
Has some funny, it's got some funny moments. And no MPs that I could detect, but you skip to the second one, and bam, MPs are heavy.
Oh, wow.
Yep. So it's always the same thing, right? Next week, we're going to watch something called Extreme Job, which is a Korean movie, and that has no MPs. You have to go outside the West to get something that doesn't have MPs.
Yeah. All right, cool. You'll have to tell us about that, too. I'm interested in their comedy.
Yeah, it's actually quite funny, and they love fried chicken. This is something I didn't know about. A lot of Koreans like fried chicken, and fried chicken restaurants are a big thing over there. Yeah.
Oh, it's delicious. I can understand.
I can totally understand that. Absolutely, it is. We also did the first tabletop RPG night.
Oh, cool. What was the game?
Yeah. It was Mythic Fantasy role-playing game.
Nice.
Yes, I will not mention the author because there's a bit of a checkered past, more, shall I say, antique nationalism.
All right.
But now he's just a happy man living in France with like 7 blonde, blue-eyed kids.
Okay.
And he tells people to have white families and live a simple life, not spend money, and return to European tradition and all kinds of good stuff like that. So. But I won't mention because, of course, I don't want, the ear is at the door, as you say.
Exactly, the ear is at the door.
Yes, exactly. But it is a tabletop RPG that is all about our people. So the actual tribes in the game are our tribes.
Cool.
The high festivals are our high festivals. The laws, the justice system. He took that from Tacitus's Germania, which we've been covering with Axis.
Nice.
Yeah, so it's all thoroughly European, all thoroughly Western, you know. So that was awesome. It takes a bit of time to get back into. It's been a while since I've done anything like that, and some folks are totally new to it, right? But it is a really European way of playing a social game. It's not a video game. If people know what a tabletop role-playing game is, It's a lot of fun. It's a lot more social, and it's awesome.
Yes.
And you can use it for homeschooling, right?
Yeah.
So,
very cool.
yeah. So this is part of research for that project that we already told you about, involving Prometheus Rising.
Yeah.
So,
Nice.
Yeah. So we're definitely looking forward to doing that. It's going to be a big challenge, brother, because there's some very good tabletop role-playing games out there. So to really make something unique, I'm excited about that.
Cool.
And and then book clubs. We started a new book in the Ontario Book Club today. It's called The Little Book of Talent, 52 Tips for Improving Your Skills. That's by Daniel Coyle. And he's this guy who went around the world traveling to different talent hotbeds. So either Moscow or places in America or Brazil or Europe, wherever it might be, wherever you have someone who's a master teacher, you have a group, but that small group that doesn't necessarily have the best equipment or the best conditions or whatever, but that small group ends up producing top quality professionals. And he went and he was researching, okay, how do they do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
How are they learning so fast? How are they surpassing others, right?
Right.
And so he gives a variety of examples, and he teaches you the tips that he learned along the way. So it's a great book. It's something that's easily digestible. It's simple, but the information is very solid. So that's what we got into today.
Nice. That's awesome. What else is going on, or what else is on your mind, brother?
Well, California GFC hit Chapter 50 of Crucible.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, we're all very excited for that one big fight. That was brutal. That was a brutal fight, brother. And damn, really put some testosterone in your veins. So we're all very much looking forward to that one.
Yeah, folks should know when it comes to Crucible that's my time when I was in junior high school, and that's where I started standing up for our people. And there were some pretty hellish fights. And as Mr. V's pointing out there, it can put some testosterone into you when you read through that. But that's available at Amazon and at NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com. Cool. What else, brother?
Well, one more thing. We did Go Free training. I believe that was for the new chat for the Prometheum. So we're doing Go Free training every Saturday now at 9 p.m. ET. So we're expanding Go Free training. Everybody's got to read the book. Everybody's got to read the book. New law. Everybody's got to read the book.
So that's in the second open chat. That is the Prometheum.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. And that, folks, is linked below in the description as well.
Yes, and I'm pretty sure the OT people are going to also be doing the same thing and also doing some Go Free training for the OT as well. Make sure everyone is thoroughly trained.
Yeah, we have to. It seems kind of self-evident, but the whole of the white sympathetic sphere, for as long as I've been in, has been, as I've talked about, is you see these groups of people that would migrate from one group to another group to another group, and it really has been like a show and tell. People would show up and then they would argue for their little pet idea about what's happened in the world, what went wrong, and then share the most horrible things, and then what they think might fix it all. And it is to do nothing as a consequence. It's just horribly ineffective. So it's I guess maybe a hard habit for a lot of people to break, that this is a place where you do things that have been proven effective and that we continue to improve upon. And we don't need to hear about how you think that this period in history was the defining period and some other period wasn't a defining period, and that what should be done now is that we just need to be able to print the money. I mean, that's useless. I've listened to, I feel like, countless hours of those conversations over the years, and God bless every single person. We all fall into it, and it's something that can end up undermining any productivity whatsoever. So we have a method here that works, a practice that works. You should spend some time getting used to it and learning it and applying it in your thinking and in your life, and thus become more powerful as an individual, and we become more powerful as a community as a consequence. So absolutely, Mr. V, thank you so much for centering the Go Free method. And I will try to get the audiobook to you all as soon as I can. But really appreciate you calling in. And brother, you are absolutely a magnificent gentleman. Thank you. One of our best. And we love having you call in every week.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. And of course, Go Free has to go viral. It has to go viral. Absolutely. And it works. If you actually do the practice, it works for anyone who's skeptical. Just try it. The book is so cheap. Just buy it. So, or if you can't get it for whatever reason, reach out to someone in the community, and I'm sure they can get it to you. So thank you so much, brother, for everything you do and what everyone else does as well. Thank you.
God bless you, man. Promethean Hails.
From Ethan Hales.
Bye-bye. That is the great Mr. V. And I do have here, that looks like that's going to be, and we are very low on time anyhow. And I've been better discipline. I guess there was that review that took a little bit longer. Need more time for calls. But so we can have more people call in. But looks like that'll be it. Looks like Rory is sharing a story with me from the Mirror. See this one from mainstream media in the UK regarding a speech by a member of PA. You could call me to talk about this if you wish. Let's save that for Rory. Let's save that for next Sunday, because that's going to take a little bit longer than 5.5 minutes. I did see this guy dressed up and looking with the same haircut and in the same trench coat and everything, like a painter from a Central European country. And I'm baffled by this. I'm totally baffled. Okay. But I don't know anything about the story. I don't know anything about what happened. So I'll have to look into that. But I think what we'll do is we'll have you explain it to us on Sunday. How does that sound, brother? So we had a great gathering tonight. It flew by. It flew by for me. We did have a comment over here. I guess this was a pushback from somebody over on Odyssey saying being white positive without seeking proportional accountability to disproportionate victimizers. That math doesn't seem to add up. Well, that's actually not a complete sentence, but talking about the math adding up. Do you have the ability to victimize for crimes against the white race? Do you, or does anybody you know? And can you explain to people the path, how you will go from here to victimizing an entire group of mankind? And why do you see that as in any way linked to the well-being of white people? These are genuine questions for you. How is that in any way linked to the well-being of white people? So in other words, hypothetically, if we could have no anti-whiteism tomorrow, you would not be satiated. You would want to go on to bring negative attention to and accountability to an entire race of people, entire group of people. I guess they are of several races, but that would be what you would want to pursue. Is that what you're saying? Because that's That's not our objective. That's not where we're headed. We're worried about white well-being and putting an end to the victimization. When we get to a place, by the brilliance of the psychological defense to the psychological warfare exercised against us, where we can exert discipline on individual anti-white offenders, every single one of them who deserves to be arrested and tried and then punished if found guilty, that will happen. That will be something that's baked into the cake of Western kind adopting white well-being. And not even having to be all of us adopted. Just whatever that magic amount is going to be as the concepts permeate Western society. Pursuing from a position of total weakness, of zero power, what you're calling about this non sequitur about you are, Jason, you're missing the point on the, don't you want to punish the pursuing this after an entire group of people in a position of abject weakness? I mean, rethink this, please, and come up with another objective. Come up with a very different objective. It's a very unhealthy way that you're headed there. It's not gonna go well. Everybody who's anti-white, who victimizes Western kind, is guilty of doing so. And where and when, more importantly, not the laws, but the morality, our moral imperative becomes dominant or becomes a player, you will see laws that are already in place being used by prosecutors who will be in place to arrest and try offenders. I love you all. You know that. I'm worried about you. I want you to do the right thing. We are the very best there is. You are the very best there is as the final seconds run out. We're going to have an amazing week this week. I want to see you all do glorious things. We're going to come back. I'll be back later in the week, and maybe we'll review something else. Who knows? I love you all. Let's go free.